Chapter 337. If I lose the bet, and Yi Siling is from Yuanwu, can we escape Chongling like by Shanshui? No. Because your true identity is known, and I won the Min Mountain Sword Trials, Zheng Xiu will make the connection. We added together are more important to her than the entire Lonely Mountain Sword Horde. You and Xiao Sharon encountered an assassination attempt by 2 Nanyue cultivators on your way here. Not 2 Nanyue cultivators, but 1 Nanyue cultivator and 1 Yelong cultivator. For Wang Taishu to find out about this, it can only mean that the officials who went to investigate were not discerning enough, Yi Futian said. It was Zheng Xiu? She would not be so lowly. She is just borrowing a sword to kill people. Borrowing a sword to kill people is what she is best at. But this time, she is not borrowing someone else's sword to kill me, but Min Mountain Sword Sect's sword to kill those 2 cultivators. Who wants to kill you? A grandmaster who can mobilize Nanyue and Yelong. Other than that Chu person who came to Falling Parasol, I fear there is no one else. Li Lingjun? In Ink Garden, Ding Ning and Zhang Sun Qianxue would have some conversations every day. Their conversations were the same as in Falling Parasol, usually short, but they were all matters of life and death. However, the 2 of them became calmer and calmer. After a storm, Chongling was unusually peaceful. The sky was clear and coolness seeped into the rooms. It was a rare cool summer day. In the morning, Ding Ning ate pickled vegetables and intestines noodles. He took out a small copper shovel from the side room where the servants of Ink Garden had placed their miscellaneous items. He carried it into the garden and started to slowly turn the soil and move some of the flowers and plants. You know how to set up formations according to the situation? Zhang Sun Qianxue hung several pieces of washed clothing on the line. When a beautiful woman like her did such an ordinary thing, it always gave people a strange feeling, as though such a scene should not happen. Ding Ning paused and looked at her. He said, "Cultivators are improving and changing. They cannot look down on other methods. I fear that it was not just the sword that killed him back then, but many other methods that he looked down on," Zhang Sun Qianxue said coldly, looking down. Ding Ning was silent for a moment and nodded. No wonder he always dreamed of obtaining the cultivation method of Min Mountain Sword Sect. Other people may not be able to walk after 3 months of such injuries, but you recovered to such a degree in just a few days. Zhang Sun Qianxue glanced at Ding Ning and said, "Looking at you, I know what the result would be when his cultivation method and Min Mountain Sword Sect's method met. If he had not been so proud back then and did not want to use petty methods to obtain the method, and Bailey Sushue was so petty that even Min Mountain Sword Sect did not open its gates to him, if he had obtained the method of Min Mountain Sword Sect back then, the result might have been different." Ding Ning looked down at the copper shovel in his hand and said, "There are not so many ifs." Zhang Sun Qianxue turned and walked towards the small courtyard they lived in. Did Bailey Sushue really not want to have any interaction with him back then because he was criticized by him and said that some sword moves were not good? Ding Ning paused and said, "I do not know." Zhang Sun Qianxue did not speak again. The conversation ended as they were used to. Ding Ning lowered his head and continued to dig. He made some trenches and moved some stones and wood. The countless little silkworms in his body spat out vital energy that formed a unique cycle. The energies in his body flowed according to the vital energy circulation method of Min Mountain Sword Sect. If any cultivator could sense the details in his body right now, even if they disregarded the 9-death silkworm method, they would be absolutely shocked. Because this was 2 methods of cultivation at the same time. In just a few days, he had perfectly fused the 2 cultivation methods together, almost creating a new cultivation method. The strength of his vital energy was increasing at an incomprehensible rate to all cultivators. This was likely a cultivation speed that even the Yu Emperor had not reached back then. Ding Ning was certain that if he could continue to cultivate peacefully in Chongling, he would become the youngest Realm 7 cultivator in all of history. Yet as Zhang Sun Qianxue entered Yi Siling's sight, Even the fastest cultivation speed could not compare to Yi Xiling's attitude. No army quickly appeared around Ink Garden, but this did not mean that her intentions were clear. Maybe it meant a larger and stronger net. The hot summer wind blew away the dampness and coolness in the alleys. As time passed, Chongling, after the Deer Mountain Conference and the Min Mountain Sword Trials, seemed to grow calmer. Many days after Ding Ning started to dig and move stones and wood in the courtyard, a carved carriage slowly drove to the front gates of Ink Garden. Behind this carriage was an ordinary carriage. An exquisite palace boot stepped out of the carriage ahead. Palace attendant Rong, with a calm expression, landed on the slightly hot stone ground in front of Ink Garden. Amidst the chirping of the cicadas, she slowly bowed to the Min Mountain Sword Sect carriage that had stopped outside Ink Garden for a long time. She said, "I have come on orders to see Ding Ning." There was no movement from the carriage. But this palace attendant Rong knew this did not mean that the cultivator who was more skilled at killing than Yantai Guanjian was not there. It only meant that he had not refused. Palace attendant Rong bowed again without changing her expression and then started to enter the garden. Two attendants walked out of the carriage behind her, each holding multiple brocade boxes as they nervously followed. Wang Taishu had arranged for people to enter Ink Garden. Before palace attendant Rong truly entered the garden, Ding Ning, who had received a report from the gatekeeper, had washed his hands and was waiting for palace attendant Rong at the gates of the garden. Looking at palace attendant Rong, who was coming closer, Ding Ning's expression was calm and he did not make a sound. Palace attendant Rong looked at Ding Ning, who was standing on the steps from afar. She walked close to him and then bowed. She said, "Her Majesty has sent down an imperial decree. Because the students of White Goat Cave have performed too well, the Green Vine Sword Academy will change its name to White Goat Cave. Your sect Uncle Li Daoji will be in charge of all matters. Shui has taught so many talents for the Qin dynasty. He will be buried in the tomb as a state scholar. Her Highness remembered your injuries and specially ordered me to send you some healing and nourishing items." Ding Ning looked at her and did not react. Seeing her not speak, he asked calmly, "Finished?" Palace attendant Rong frowned slightly and said with slight hesitation, "You are a smart person, so there is no need to say more." Ding Ning nodded. His gaze passed her and landed on the brocade boxes in the hands of the two attendants behind her. "Those are for me?" Palace attendant Rong looked at him and said, "Yes." Ding Ning did not even look at her. He walked past her and took the brocade boxes from the two attendants. Then he continued to walk towards the gates of Ink Garden. Palace attendant Rong frowned deeply. The two pretty attendants paled as they looked at Ding Ning. They did not know what Ding Ning wanted to do. Ding Ning calmly walked out of the gates of Ink Garden. Not far from the gates there was a stream. It was very clear, but because many of the neighbors from Falling Parasol lived around Ink Garden, the water was slightly dirty. Looking at the dirty water with floating vegetable leaves and bubbles, Ding Ning opened all the brocade boxes. Without even looking at the contents, he flipped them over and poured everything into the dirty water. Two uncontrollable gasps sounded behind him. The two attendants paled. They had never thought that Ding Ning would do such a thing. Palace attendant Rong had followed Ding Ning out the door and was just a dozen feet away from Ding Ning. She frowned slightly and said in a cold voice, "This is equivalent to the taxes of a capital city for many years." Ding Ning calmly turned around and looked at her. He said, "So what?" Palace attendant Rong said slowly, "Even if it is compensation, do you feel it is not enough?" Ding Ning looked at her gentle face and apologetic gaze and smiled. "He's already dead. Can you still make it up to me? If there is compensation." He did not look at palace attendant Rong and walked back to the gates of Ink Garden. "Unless you can have the old man come back to life and see me win. I did what I promised him, but he will not see it. What is the meaning in compensation? Sect Uncle Li Daoji will not return, even if he is in charge of the funeral. After he hears of what I have done today, he will respect my attitude. Ding Ning's footsteps stopped in front of the threshold. He turned slightly and looked at Palace Attendant Rong. He said seriously, "Also, you should remember what I said to you before Min Mountain's sword sect." After saying this, Ding Ning passed through the gates and walked into the inner compound without looking at her again. Palace Attendant Rong did not look back at Ding Ning. She was still not very angry, and only felt that Ding Ning was very stupid. But she could not help but recall what Ding Ning had said to her before the Min Mountain sword trials. "After the Min Mountain sword trials, I will challenge you. I will kill you." She thought of Ding Ning's words, and then a coldness she had not felt for many years started to flow through her body. Chapter 338. Celestial Phenomenon Bodhi, Candle Dragon Pill, Fire Turtle Gallbladder. Even I have not smelled these things for many years. Do you not feel it is a waste to throw them all away? Seeing Ding Ning walk back into the garden and pick up the small copper shovel, Zhang Sun Qianxue sneered and said, "Those things can at least increase your cultivation greatly." Ding Ning glanced at her and said, "I do not lack that bit of time." Zhang Sun Qianxue was silent for a moment and said, "At least, she does not know our identities right now. Otherwise, she would not have sent people to deliver these things to you. You do not fear angering her by doing this?" Ding Ning said, "In reality, she does not like to obey." Zhang Sun Qianxue was inexplicably angry, her expression cold. "Is she a masochist?" Ding Ning wanted to answer her, but his gaze happened to land on a piece of soil that the copper shovel had just turned over. There were 2 bright red earthworms on the soil. He stilled and said, "I forgot something." Zhang Sun Qianxue frowned, but her attention was successfully attracted. "What is it?" Ding Ning put down the copper shovel and walked out. He said, "I forgot something was on the carriage." The carriage looked ordinary and had been parked outside Ink Garden for a long time. There was even a thin layer of dust on the carriage. Yet, other than the ordinary people in the streets who were isolated from the world of cultivators, many cultivators in Chongling knew that the carriage represented Min Mountain Sword Sect. "Your mind has been in chaos recently." When Ding Ning walked out of Ink Garden and approached the carriage, a voice reached his ears from the shade of a tree on the side of the carriage. "Sect Uncle Xiao." Ding Ning bowed to Xiao Sharon, who was not in the carriage but sitting on a bamboo mat next to the tree. "At the Min Mountain Sword Trials, almost all the cultivators of Min Mountain Sword Sect saw your performance." Xiao Sharon raised his head slightly to look at Ding Ning and said, "Your mind is meticulous and calm. Even we feel we are not as good as you. But you only remembered to come back to the carriage to get something now. You are very different. The first of the Min Mountain Sword Trials is just an empty name. If you are troubled by an empty name, then your name will become an empty name in the future." Xiao Sharon usually spoke very little, and people might even suspect that he was mute. Hearing his words, Ding Ning understood what he meant. But Ding Ning also knew that the matter that confused him was completely different from what Xiao Sharon thought. So he bowed deeply to Xiao Sharon again and said, "Thank you for your reminder, Martial Uncle Xiao." Then, he lifted the curtain of the carriage and walked in. In the corner of the carriage, there was a small open wooden box. The black ice worm that Qing Yaoyin had given him was curled up in the wooden box. This black ice worm had curled up into a ball out of extreme fear of Ding Ning's presence. Previously, it had felt a sense of security because Ding Ning was still in the carriage and it had sensed a familiar presence. When Ding Ning left the carriage, he left it here and did not take it with him. It was terrified to the extreme. It had never encountered the hot presence of Chongling before. It wondered how there could be such a terrifying place in the world. At this moment, when Ding Ning lifted the curtain again and sensed Ding Ning's presence, the black ice worm's body suddenly stiffened. Its curled-up body that was as stiff as iron suddenly began to move. It began to tremble uncontrollably. If it had tear ducts, it would definitely be bawling loudly. Its tears would definitely fall like rain. Seeing the black ice worm tremble, Ding Ning felt slightly embarrassed. He picked up the wooden box and said sincerely, "Apologies." Hearing Ding Ning's voice, the black ice worm was even more excited and almost jumped into Ding Ning's arms. Zhang Sun Qianxue was still waiting for Ding Ning in the inner garden. Seeing Ding Ning walk in front of her, she looked at the ugly appearance of the black ice worm in the box and frowned deeply again. "What is this?" "Something that Qin Yaoyin raised. He gave it to me." Ding Ning looked up at Zhang Sun Qianxue and said this. The black ice worm in the wooden box stopped trembling. The air around it was still hot, but it could clearly sense the astounding presence of black ice inside Zhang Sun Qianxue's body. Just this feeling made it feel as though it had entered a world filled with black ice, and it felt comfortable. Ever since it had woken up from its daze and gained a thread of intelligence, it had sensed the presence of black ice in the world. When the first thread of primal energies of the universe had entered its body, a world filled with black ice appeared in its mind. It suddenly felt that this should be the world at the end of its cultivation. Yet, such a world appeared clearly in front of it. As it was shocked to the point of forgetting its terror, it could not help but think, was she one of them, their king? It naturally could not speak, but Zhang Sun Qianxue was not an ordinary cultivator. She could sense what it felt from some of the changes in its presence. Interesting. She looked at the ugly long worm that raised its head slightly, as if it was looking up at the legendary world. Her frown slowly loosened as she said this. Her personality had always been cold, and she was usually too lazy to interact with people. She rarely praised others. While she said it was interesting, it was a rare praise. As to beauty and ugliness, she did not have any concept. To her, some people were very beautiful, but they were very ugly. Some people were very ugly, but they were not ugly in her eyes. The black ice worm also keenly sensed her feelings. It was so excited that its body trembled again. Its slightly raised head lowered, expressing its respect and submission. Zhang Sun Qianxue looked at it and did not say anything. A thin thread of extremely condensed black ice energy came out of her fingertip and fell into the mouth of the black ice worm. The black ice worm devoutly and greedily opened its mouth and inhaled all of the black ice energy. It was like a calm pond had fallen into a waterfall larger than the pond. The entire pond started to boil. Its entire body began to tremble violently, and its crimson skin began to emit a cracking sound. His pores, which were usually invisible, opened up, but there was no airflow rushing out. A white frost spot instantly formed on its forehead like a birthmark. Sensing the change in the black ice worm, and the energy in its body merging and strengthening, Ding Ning looked emotionally at Zhang Sun Qianxue and said, "Just as I imagined. What will it become in the end?" Zhang Sun Qianxue looked at the deep red worm and asked. This was an incomprehensible cultivation process for her. Even her realm's 7 body could not completely withstand the energy of the sword in her body, but this long worm's body could perfectly absorb it. "I do not know." Ding Ning shook his head and said, "But I am certain it is much more powerful than the goo worms of the Nanhue cultivators." Zhang Sun Qianxue took the box containing the black ice worm from Ding Ning's hands and walked towards the deepest yard. She said without looking back, "But that will also take time." Ding Ning did not say anything. He walked in front of the copper shovel stuck into the ground and continued to dig. His mind had calmed greatly. He knew Zheng Xiu better than anyone else. If Zheng Xiu started to suspect Zhang Sun Qianxue and his true identity, then Palace Attendant Rong would not have come with those precious rewards. "Are you really not from Yuanwu? What happened to you that night? Why did you not appear?" He bowed his head and thought of the female bureau chief who liked to wear white dresses and smiled in self-mockery. He and Zhang Sun Qianxue seemed to be waiting for judgment in Ink Garden. But in Chongling, who was not waiting for judgment. Not long after Palace Attendant Rong left, Ding Ning went out to the carriage and brought back the black ice worm he had forgotten for a long time. Not long after, Xiao Sharon, sitting on the mat under the tree, raised his head slightly. A youth appeared on the other side of the street. Xiao Sharon only glanced at the youth and then lowered his head again, ignoring him. The youth was dressed in black robes, his complexion and skin sallow. He looked like he had been seriously ill, but also like there was no illness that could cause a person's skin to be like this. He arrived at Ink Garden but did not enter. He started to silently do his work, sprinkling water and sweeping the ground to wash away some of the filth outside Ink Garden. Such puzzling actions quickly attracted the attention of the people inside and outside the garden. When this youth swept half of the street outside Ink Garden, Ding Ning passed through the noodle shop, came out of the door and saw the youth. Yi Zhengnan? Ding Ning stilled. The black-robed youth put down the things in his hands and bowed seriously to him. Ding Ning returned the bow. He looked with a frown at this death warrior who had wanted to give him medicine at the Min Mountain sword trials, but had been refused. He said, "You are?" Yi Zhengnan looked at him and said, "I have paid back what I owe others. Now I owe you." Ding Ning shook his head. "You do not owe me." Yi Zhengnan said, "I owe you a life." Ding Ning looked helplessly at him and said, "I do not need you to pay it back." Yi Zhengnan did not say anything else and continued to sweep. Ding Ning grimaced. "I do not like to be too clean." Yi Zhengnan put down the things in his hands and then started to carry water for each shop on the street. "I have no place to eat. If you feel embarrassed, just treat me to 3 meals a day." Before Ding Ning could speak, he said respectfully and seriously to Ding Ning. Chapter 339. Ding Ning looked at this stubborn youth and thought of many old friends. He was silent for a moment and said, "People like you can eat anywhere. Why come to me? No one will refuse a death warrior as a retainer, but you keep on refusing." Yi Zhengnan looked down at the ground under Ding Ning's feet and said, "It was the same during the Min Mountain sword trials. You respected my life, so I respect your life. Anyone who wants to kill you will have to step over my dead body." Ding Ning opened his mouth, but before he could speak, Yi Zhengnan continued, "You do not have to refuse me. No matter how you refuse, I will not leave because this is my own choice. Also, I admire you." After a pause, Yi Zhengnan looked up at Ding Ning and said, "I admire you, Zhang Yi and the others. Compared to you, my life seems blank and meaningless. I want to become someone like you." Ding Ning shook his head and said, "Actually, there is no meaning." Yi Zhengnan said, "But at least I am happy." Ding Ning looked at his waxen face and eyes that were brighter than before. He could not say anything. He knew he could not change Yi Zhengnan's decision, just like he could not change the decision of the previous master of the last flower sword. Because the rarest thing in life was happiness. Looking at the silent Ding Ning, Yi Zhengnan bowed slightly and picked up the broom to start sweeping again. "Actually, I envy you." In Yi Xiling's courtyard, Yi Xiling looked at the medicine jar in front of him and said coolly, "At least you are happy in your actions?" Sitting on a soft couch not far from her, Bai Shanxue smiled slightly and also looked at the warm medicine jar. She did not immediately respond and said, "I had not expected Bureau Chief Yi to be a pharmacist." Yi Xiling said in a self-deprecating manner, "A prolonged illness becomes a doctor." Bai Shanxue glanced at her with complicated emotions. "Actually, I should envy you. The cultivators in the world only see great rebels like me, laughing in the mountains and forests, taking revenge as they please. But they do not think that you just have many things to worry about, so you cannot be like me. I have just cultivated my sword, and have nothing to worry about. The mountains and rivers were destroyed, and the sects were annihilated. Not to mention those close friends and family, even those old friends who had some interactions and could be considered to be congenial had all been wiped out. Every time the sun sets, it is really like the shadow of a shadow hanging by a thread. It is inevitable that the state of mind is desolate." The medicinal soup was already slightly boiling, but it would still take a lot of time for several bowls of water to boil into a single bowl. Yi Xiling listened to Bai Shanxue's words and thought back to the events of the past decade or so. He suddenly felt like he had been dreaming. It was as if those people dressed in fine clothes and riding horses, holding swords and laughing arrogantly were still in front of him. Why had so many things happened? Why had it been so long? Bai Shan-shui originally did not want to speak. But at this time, she suddenly sensed something. She frowned slightly and said, "Strange?" With a light breeze, she stood up from the couch and walked towards the door. Yi Siling glanced at the medicine pot and then followed her. He said gravely, "What?" Bai Shan-shui did not immediately answer him. Her gaze landed on the side of the wall. There was an open ditch on the side of the wall. The rainwater falling from the eaves would gather in this ditch. Then this ditch would pass through the wall and gather in the larger ditches on the two sides of the streets of Chongling. Washing rice, washing clothes, washing carriages and drinking horses all used the water in these ditches. Because of the heavy rain a few days ago, the water in these ditches was very full, almost level with the ground and the roads, and appeared filthier than usual. There is medicinal energy. Bai Shan-shui said these 3 words. Yi Siling did not misunderstand. When Bai Shan-shui spoke, a gentle presence came out of Bai Shan-shui's body. Faint mist started to rise from the ditch flowing through Yi Siling's courtyard. The mist was like a scarf made from the softest threads that slowly floated in front of Bai Shan-shui. Tiny droplets of water kept falling down and landing on Bai Shan-shui's palm. They swirled around like dew on a blade of grass, and then disappeared without a trace. Yi Siling started to smell the medicinal energy in the glowing water droplets. Her brow furrowed deeply. The smell of the medicinal energy was very chaotic. It gathered many spirit medicines that even she could not obtain. These medicines can only come from the palace. She turned her head and said to Bai Shan-shui. Bai Shan-shui nodded. Many spirit medicines that were precious to the cultivators of the world had fallen into the dirty water of Chongling Street. Such a thing was hard to understand, and likely could only occur in Chongling. But just like how Chongling had a woman like Yi Siling, these spirit medicines that had inexplicably melted in the dirty water were a heaven-sent opportunity for her. The mist floated lightly, and became transparent under the sunlight. The glowing water droplets continued to appear in Bai Shan-shui's palm. Yi Siling looked at this scene and said, "Cloud Water Palace's water manipulation is the best in the world." Bai Shan-shui's face shone with a strange light. She turned to look at Yi Siling and said, "Cloud Water Palace's water manipulation is the best in the world, but its killing intent is not as good as Bureau Chief Ye's One Sky Water." Yi Siling looked into her eyes and said, "Maybe we can learn from each other?" Bai Shan-shui laughed. "This originally existed in my imagination, but I always felt it was impossible." In the next breath, Bai Shan-shui's smile faded. She nodded seriously and said, "I wish for it. Maybe we can comprehend some other things together, like the lonely mountain sword horde." After Yi Zhengnan finished sweeping the streets around Ink Garden, he helped the neighbors with chores, repairing houses, carrying water and chopping wood. The people of Falling Parasol were simple to begin with. Seeing Yi Zhengnan so capable, and hearing that Yi Zhengnan had no home to return to without Ding Ning's arrangements, the neighbors arranged a room for Yi Zhengnan, and he had no worries about his meals. When he picked up the crude bowl the neighbors were most used to using in Falling Parasol and started to eat dinner, he saw a figure that looked lonely, not proud, but wild and hard to tame walk towards him. He put down the bowl and looked at the figure that came closer. He looked at the other's clearly thick clothing on a summer day. He looked up slightly and said softly, "I know you, you are Li Shixing." The youth, who slowly walked in front of him under the setting sun, was Li Shixing. "I am Li Shixing." He walked to Yi Zhengnan's side and sat down on the steps next to Yi Zhengnan. Not good at conversing with people, he sank into silence. Yi Zhengnan looked curiously at him. "You came to find Ding Ning?" "I originally wanted to tell him I am leaving." Li Shixing glanced at the depths of Ink Garden and said, "You came to bid farewell?" Yi Zhengnan was shocked. "You are in the top 10 of the Min Mountain Sword Trials, and have entered Min Mountain Sword Sect to cultivate. Why are you leaving? Li Shixing did not immediately respond. Yi Jingnan reacted but still said in puzzlement, "You are now a disciple of Min Mountain Sword Sect. Even if the family is dissatisfied with what you did in the Min Mountain Sword trials, they should not take their anger out on you. With Min Mountain Sword Sect's way of doing things, they will definitely protect you." "Of course I am not afraid." Li Shixing shook his head and said, "But no matter how I disobey my father's orders, my father is still my father. I do not fear what others do to me, but I must consider what others do to my father." Yi Jingnan was stunned. He started to understand Li Shixing's meaning. "You want to take responsibility for this? Then where are you going?" He could not help but ask Li Shixing after a moment of shock. "I will return to outside the pass. Since they do not like me staying in Chongling and want to exile me outside the pass, then I will return." Li Shixing stood up and said to Yi Jingnan, "I originally wanted to bid farewell to him in person, but now that I am here, I think there is no meaning. You can tell him when the time comes." "Wait." Looking at Li Shixing's back as he walked back the way he came, Yi Jingnan took a deep breath and said, "You think of him as a friend. He naturally thinks of you as a friend." Li Shixing nodded and did not say anything else. His figure lengthened under the setting sun and disappeared from Yi Jingnan's sight. A middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance and attire watched Li Shixing leave from the gates of Ink Garden. Even Yi Jingnan had not noticed when he had arrived, and had not even noticed his existence up until now. This middle-aged man who looked so ordinary that people would forget him nodded in greeting to Xiao Sharon, who was still sitting on the mat under the tree. Then he passed through the gates and walked towards the inner courtyard of Ink Garden. Ding Ning walked out of the innermost courtyard and bowed to this seemingly ordinary man. Sect Uncle Gungren. Chapter 340. Gungren returned the greeting and then looked at Ding Ning. He said, "Li Shixing just came. He originally wanted to bid farewell to you, but he has left." Ding Ning was silent for a moment and said, "He is a friend worth treasuring." After a pause he asked, "Where did he go?" Gungren said simply, "Outside the pass." "All right." Ding Ning thought for a moment and then looked up at Gungren. He said, "Sect Uncle Gungren, have you thought of a way for me to help Min Mountain Sword Sect?" Gungren looked at Ding Ning and did not immediately answer. He said, "Your eldest sect brother Zhang Yi is heading to the Yan dynasty?" Ding Ning frowned. This does not seem to be her arrangement. Gungren nodded and said, "Yi Xiao met with Zhang Yi after he left Min Mountain Sword Sect. Yi Xiao is one of the leaders of Chongling's old nobility, so this should be their arrangement." Ding Ning thought for a moment and then asked, "So what Min Mountain Sword Sect wants me to do is related to the Yan?" Gungren looked at him and did not answer directly. He said, "You and Wang Taishu have an extraordinary relationship. We want to borrow Wang Taishu's power." Ding Ning looked at Gungren and said seriously, "What do you want Wang Taishu to do?" Gungren said, "We want him to go to the Yan, so that he will no longer be a gangster in Chongling, but the leader of the Yan capital." After saying this, he felt that Ding Ning would be shocked. It was very unlikely for a gangster who had established himself in Chongling to cross mountains and rivers to rule in an unfamiliar capital, much less the capital of an enemy dynasty. But to his surprise, Ding Ning's expression was calm from beginning to end. "Why do we need to do this?" Ding Ning asked calmly. "Why does Min Mountain Sword Sect have such an idea?" Gungren slowly said, "The Yuanwu Emperor flattened the Deer Mountain Conference with one blow and suppressed the three dynasties. But looking at the overall situation of the Deer Mountain Conference, we still have many doubts. Chu and Qi had done their best, but Yan's Celestial Seal Sect was not limited to this. Ordinary cultivators may think that Celestial Seal Sect is slightly weaker than Min Mountain Sword Sect and Lingshu Sword Gate, but we know this is not the case." Ding Ning listened attentively and unconsciously frowned. So you think that Jing Xiu might have other arrangements in Yen? Gongren nodded and said in a calm tone, in the Qin dynasty, there is no power that can stop Min Mountain Sword Sect from gaining a foothold. But if the Empress has a powerful hidden pawn, the result will be different. I will persuade Wang Taishu to go to the Yan Xanadu, Ding Ning said. He will listen to my suggestion. Hearing Ding Ning's direct and certain answer, Gongren was not used to it and stilled slightly. Ding Ning continued. In the conflict with that general last year, most of his brothers died. While he reached his present position because Shui showed Realm 7, Chongling's waters are too clear and not suitable for people like them to survive. I also heard that the Yan Xanadu is more chaotic than the Chu. The more chaotic, the easier it is to gain a foothold. Gongren nodded and said, the Yan Emperor saw the strong foundation of the Qin dynasty and wanted to learn from the Qin reform. But he did not have the people of the Qin dynasty who could suppress a group of serpents. So the present Xanadu is more chaotic than Chongling during the reform. After a pause, he looked at Ding Ning and said, we are not skilled in the ways and rules of the marketplace. You have a close friend like Wang Taishu, and it is suitable for you to go to Xanadu. Min Mountain Sword Sect cannot interfere in a matter like this on the surface. So all the Min Mountain Sword Sect cultivators in Jing Xiu's site will not go to the Yen. But this does not mean that Min Mountain Sword Sect does not have swords to go to the Yen. I understand this. Ding Ning glanced at him and said, everyone will have a few swords hidden. Gongren's eyes flashed with a rare light. This was true fondness and praise for Ding Ning, and joy that the matter could be completed. If Wang Taishu leaves for the Yen, you can enter the Sword Tower to study the heaven-replenishing divine art. Other people are leaving their homes, but you are learning the supreme method of Min Mountain Sword Sect. Your business is really good. When Gongren left, Zhang Sun Qianshua's cool voice sounded behind Ding Ning. While the Yen and Chongling are far, if Zheng Xiu's hand has reached here, it will not be so simple. Do not say you do not know the danger. While it is dangerous, for our situation, this is his best path of retreat. Ding Ning turned to look at her exquisite face and said, you should understand this. Some things, once the first step is started, cannot be stopped. Looking at Zhang Sun Qianxue, who was silent, Ding Ning said, theoretically, if you win the bet, and Yi Siling guesses who you are, she will quickly come to see you. The more she does not appear, the more unusual and dangerous it is. Those who can leave without being caught up in this should leave. Zhang Sun Qianxue looked at him, and a scornful smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She wanted to mock him coldly, but for some reason she did not want to say anything today. She turned around and took a deep breath. Her gaze landed on a corner of the wall. There was a bunch of dark-colored flowers with an ordinary yellow butterfly resting on top of it. The yellow butterfly gently flapped its wings. There was no sound of wind, but in her mind a great storm formed. The medicine was poured into the ditch by Ding Ning, that wine shop youth who won the Min Mountain Sword trials. Jing Xiu sent palace attendant Rong to see him. He poured all the spirit medicines she brought into the ditch in front of Ink Garden. Yi Siling held a small scroll between his fingers and described the contents to Bai Shanxue. Then a strange expression appeared on his face. During the storm last year, I came back to see the seventh disciple of the Zhao sword furnace, Zhao Zhan. Starting from then, Chongling, which had been peaceful for a long time, seemed to be in constant turmoil. I remember that I saw this wine shop youth once that day. The paper scroll became inexplicably moist in her hand, and then it slowly became soft as if it had been soaked in water for a long time. In the end, it turned into pulp and dripped down between her fingers. She looked at Bai Shanxue with a strange expression and smiled inexplicably. Now that I think about it, the origin of all of this commotion seems to have come from the day I saw this wine shop youth. Bai Shanxue did not speak. Looking at her strange smile, she knew she did not need to explain. She was close to the truth. Because of that person, her country was destroyed and her family was lost. Because of that person's disciple, Zhangsun Qianxue, caused her senior sect brother, Fan Zhua, to die. Because of that person's disciple, she met Li Yunrui. Even though she was seriously injured, because that person's disciple poured many spirit medicines into the ditch, and she and Yi Siling studied each other's techniques, she gained many benefits. Even the hidden injuries that had not healed for a long time could be healed, and her cultivation could advance greatly. In this life, she seemed to have fallen into this fate. Your Chongling's buildings and roads are so square. Are your Qin tombs also square? Bai Shanshui smiled inexplicably and asked Yi Siling. Yi Siling looked at her smile, and then at the distant eaves of Chongling. She laughed again. You mean that all of Chongling is like a tomb? Such a large tomb. I do not know how many heroes were buried here. Those people who were invincible for a time turned to withered earth in the end. Bai Shanshui laughed without any ladylike demeanor. She created something out of nothing in front of her, and once again created many glowing water droplets. But this time, the water droplets flashed with countless sword lights, as though they were hiding even smaller transparent swords. A light flashed through Yi Siling's eyes. She said sincerely, Bai Shanshui, your sword cultivation is very strong. Bai Shanshui glanced at her and said sincerely, my strongest skill is still luck. Yi Siling looked down at her hands. Originally, she could not have been slower than Bai Shanshui in comprehending sword moves and cultivation method. She had become a cultivator later than many people in Chongling, but she had reached Realm 7 faster than most people. But ever since Bai Shanshui came, and guessed that the woman in the wine shop, who was so beautiful that even Li Lingjun was moved, was Zhangsun Qianxue, who had a great relationship with that person, she was not as calm as she appeared. Especially when she was certain that person's heir might appear, her emotions fluctuated even more. At this time, her hands were no longer trembling, but the energy around her palms rippled like water. She had thought that she had experienced countless storms, and could even endure the bloody storms of the years before Yuanwu's ascension without batting an eyelid. But when the result came after many years of waiting, she found that she could not calm down. She was very urgent. How long will it take for you to recover? She asked Bai Shanshui when she looked up again. Be patient. Bai Shanshui looked at her and said, just a few more days and I can kill Shenxian. Chapter 341. To be able to win and to be able to kill were two completely different concepts in the world of cultivators. Ever since the battle on the Wei River last year, Bai Shanshui had suffered repeated defeats as though Chongling was a city of misfortune to her. But today, her misfortune had turned to joy, and her cultivation level had risen. Congratulations! Yi Siling softly congratulated and then shook his head. He said, the great floating water prison is not as simple as you imagine. It is not enough to just kill Shenxian. I cannot act. After a pause, Yi Siling looked at Bai Shanshui and said, I am not like you. I must ensure that I can stay in Chongling. I understand. Bai Shanshui smiled slightly and said, if I act, no one will even detect your one sky water. I know that I alone am not enough, so I will find the eldest miss of the Gongsun family. For now I will call her Zhangsun Qianxue. She owes me a life, my senior sect brother's life. Bai Shanshui took a breath and said, she cannot refuse me. Yi Siling calmly turned his head and said, I hope you can succeed. How many people are left who can stand against Yuanwu and Jingxiu? Bai Shanshui smiled self-deprecatingly and said, if I cannot succeed even like this, then I can only treat Chongling as a grave and bury myself here. The hot summer had arrived, and only the morning was slightly cool. Because of the presence of Min Mountain's sword sex carriage outside Ink Garden, few cultivators passed by. Only the part of the courtyard where the residents of Falling Parasol lived grew more lively and slowly turned into a market. Wang Taishu came down from the carriage and looked at the bustling market. He could not help but shake his head. Only the youth in the garden would be able to make such a cold and aloof place like Ink Garden so approachable. He had entered Ink Garden many times. Many of the people in charge of daily life were his trusted subordinate. But this time, Wang Taishu's expression was especially grave. He quickly passed through the courtyard where he could see everything and walked into the deepest part of Ink Garden, where Ding Ning and Zhang Sun Qianxue lived. When he saw Ding Ning waiting for him, he frowned and said, "Even the letter is not safe, what is it?" Another day has passed. Ding Ning looked at Wang Taishu's slightly white hair, then raised his head slightly and looked at the rising sun with emotion. Then he said slowly, "I want you to go to the capital of the Yan dynasty." Wang Taishu raised his eyebrows slightly and didn't say anything. He just looked at Ding Ning. Ding Ning slowly recounted the contents of his conversation with Gungren, including the fact that he didn't ask for Wang Taishu's permission before making the decision for Wang Taishu. After Ding Ning finished speaking, he looked at Wang Taishu and said, "This sounds like a transaction. I am using you to exchange for my benefits, but you know this is not the case." "I will prepare." Wang Taishu's expression was unreadable. He looked calmly at Ding Ning and said, "Since the letter is not safe, I will try to leave someone in Chongling. While it will take months to travel to and from the Yan, it may be useful." Ding Ning looked calmly at him and said, "After this farewell, I do not know what will happen in the future." On the distant streets of Chongling, a procession was leaving Chongling. There were many carriages and horses. Along the way, many people were sending them off. All kinds of pastries and fresh fruits were shoved onto the chariots as though they were free. Drums and horns sounded, accompanied by faint cheers that passed into Ink Garden and into the ears of Wang Taishu and Ding Ning. Ding Ning frowned slightly and said, "What is this sound?" Wang Taishu carefully identified the direction and said, "It is Song Rin, the general of the Tiger and Wolf army. He has received a reward and is to lead the army to guard the pass. He was previously famed for his bravery, and is skilled in night attacks. People call him General Night Flying Leopard. Now, he should be officially leaving the city, and the entire city is sending him off." Ding Ning thought for a moment. "He is Liang Lian's confidant?" Wang Taishu nodded. "It appears that she is completely disappointed in him." Ding Ning smiled faintly. "He should be leaving Chongling soon." Wang Taishu's eyes flashed with a cold flame he did not usually see. He said, "He should have been seriously wounded in the battle against Bai Shanxue. Do not think about taking care of this matter before leaving Chongling. Since Jing Xiu does not want him to die, and only wants to send him elsewhere, even if he is seriously wounded, it will not be easier to kill him than at other times." Ding Ning saw his meaning and shook his head. He said, "Also your thoughts are his thoughts. He will also want to take care of some things that displease him before leaving Chongling. You and I are not the same. I am a direct disciple that Min Mountain Sword Sect has sent people to protect. You are just a gangster. Killing you will not make Jing Xiu more disappointed in him, and will not change the fact that he is leaving Chongling. So you must leave early. If you leave now, people will feel that you are avoiding a disaster, and will not think that you are going to the Yan capital. You have never missed what you said before, so I will leave quickly. The person I left behind is called Bai Nanshi. His shoes are different from others. Other people cannot see it, but I believe you can." After speaking to Ding Ning, Wang Taishu did not linger and quickly left. A person like him also needed a lot of time to leave Chongling. "Liang Lian is the person you spoke of who betrayed Li Guanlan back then?" Zhang Sun Qianxue was like Ding Ning's shadow. But when Wang Taishu's figure disappeared from Ding Ning's sight, she appeared behind Ding Ning. Ding Ning was used to this. He did not turn to look at Zhang Sun Qianxue and just nodded. Zhang Sun Qianxue looked at his back and seemed to see through his body. She said coldly, "You want to kill him before he leaves Chongling?" Ding Ning did not deny it and said, "If he goes to a remote place, I do not know how long it will take to kill him." Zhang Sun Qianxue heard his slightly bleak voice and said, "But you just said that he is harder to kill than usual." Ding Ning sighed softly and said, "So we can only wait? If a chance appears." He turned around and looked at Zhang Sun Qianxue, who did not want to speak. He said seriously, "I will first kill that palace attendant surnamed Rong because she is easier to kill." Zhang Sun Qianxue was too familiar with Ding Ning. She saw some flashing light in his eyes and knew that some plans were brewing in his mind. Then continue to wait. Wait to be killed or kill. In any case, I do not want to wait for long. She said 3 sentences in a completely different manner than usual. Then she pressed her lips together and turned to walk back to her bedroom. Who wants to wait for long? Ding Ning sat down on the steps and looked silently in the direction of the voice. He said to himself, "Speaking of waiting, no one will wait as long as me, and will not have such a painful wait." He could not understand why Yi Xiling still had not appeared in front of him. While he was waiting in Chongling, Zhang Yi was hurrying along the Qinshu border. For some reason, that old nobleman who liked to wear black robes promised Celestial Seal sect would take him as a disciple but did not make arrangements for his journey. Without official documents, cultivators of the Qin dynasty like him could not pass through the many capitals of the Chu dynasty and then travel to the Yan dynasty's heartland bordering the Chu dynasty. When he took a detour around the Qin-Chu border and slept for several days, he finally encountered a caravan. Strictly speaking, this caravan was doing legitimate business, but it was not a large business. So it could not compete with the other businesses in the Chu and could not make a living. They could only use manpower and time to exchange for some meager profits. Through the Qin-Chu border, they transported some tea leaves and satin produced by the Qin to the Yan dynasty. At the same time, they took some rewards and brought back some Yan people who wanted to return to the Yan dynasty from the Qin. Because this caravan was too small, the Yan people they brought back along the way were not likely to be escaped criminals or other important people. They were usually old soldiers, workers, and craftsmen who had been stranded in the Qin during the past battles. There were no powerful people in this caravan, only some martial artists skilled in using blades and arrows. So when they discovered Zhang Yi's identity as a cultivator, even though they did not know what kind of cultivator Zhang Yi was, this caravan easily accepted Zhang Yi. When traveling along the desolate border, the possibility of encountering bandits was small. But they might encounter bandits pretending to be bandits, and even some legendary beasts. Traveling in the scorching heat was a very uncomfortable thing, especially for some of the old people who were already very weak. So on this morning, an old man who had paid some rewards for the caravan to bring him back to the Yan border started to vomit. While the leader of this caravan had arranged for him to ride on the most docile horse, this old man still vomited. In the summer, the foul-smelling vomit covered the old man's clothes and dirted the saddle of the horse under him. Seeing this scene, other than the leader who frowned and threw him a wet cloth, the people around the old man could not help but cover their noses and mouths and tried to stay away. But Zhang Yi walked over and comforted the old man's back. He started to wipe the old man and feed him warm water. Chapter 342. Sympathy and pity were emotions that normal people would have. However, the long journey was full of danger. Even some cultivators would often pay attention to their own stamina and mental state. No one wanted to create side issues and add more burdens to themselves. Seeing Zhang Yi walk up to take care of the old man, most people in the caravan did not feel admiration or shame. Instead, they had disapproving or disdainful expressions. They could all see that this old man was not vomiting because of heat stroke or eating dirty food, but because the old man's body was too weak to begin with. If the body was too weak, this would happen again and again in the long journey. He might even die along the way. If he started to take care of the old man now, he would not leave him alone in the future. Taking care of this old man would become his own matter. Even more importantly, this old man had a strange temper. He was likely a soldier of the Yen dynasty who had been captured in the war against the Qin dynasty and forced to do hard labor for many years. He was extremely disrespectful to the caravan members in his words, and often took advantage of his seniority. He was very dislikable. Zhang Yi, on the other hand, did not have any superfluous thoughts. If there was an old person who was unwell and needed to be taken care of, he would naturally extend his hand to help if he could. To him, this was as simple as eating when he was hungry or drinking when he was thirsty. He didn't show any displeasure because of the unpleasant smell, and very carefully wiped away the vomit on the old man's chest. After drinking several mouthfuls of warm water, this old man dressed in gray robes, with a withered face and hair so dry it looked like dry grass would grow on his head at any time, could finally breathe normally. But as the water churned in his stomach, he felt stifled in his chest. He did not care that Zhang Yi was wiping him away and started to vomit again. With Zhang Yi's present cultivation, even if the old man was a cultivator of the same level as him, if he stabbed at this time, even if the two were so close, he would be able to react in time. However, his hand was supporting the old man's back. Because he feared that his movements would cause the old man to fall from the horse, he only pulled back his hand and turned his body slightly. As a result, his sleeves and the robes on the side of his body were splashed with the old man's vomit. Even so, Zhang Yi did not feel any disgust in his heart. However, what he did not expect was that the old man became angry. Looking at the water bag in his hand, he angrily said with an obvious Yen accent, "My stomach is so uncomfortable, and you still feed me water. Do you think I haven't vomited enough?" Hearing the old man's angry voice, the caravan members who had been unable to avoid him frowned. They thought this old man was completely ignorant. Zhang Yi was also startled, but he wasn't angry at all. Instead, he bowed slightly and apologized, explaining softly, "If you vomit too much, it's easy to lose water. In this kind of stuffy summer heat, it's even easier for your body to not be able to bear it." The old man retched a few more times, and the sounds coming from his stomach and throat made the people around him, who were walking silently with their heads down, feel a little uncomfortable. But the old man sneered and said in unclear words, "Since this is the case, you should find me herbal water or light salt water, not this kind of water that is neither hot nor cold." The old man's tone caused many people in the surroundings to become angry, but Zhang Yi was not angry. He stilled and said, "Sir is right. I will first clean you up, and then I will help you flush the salt water." He said apologetically, and then helped the old man wipe his robes and saddle. Seeing Zhang Yi's respectful attitude, the old man's expression froze slightly. But the discomfort of his body did not put him in a good mood. He made an indescribable sound from his throat and turned his head away, not looking at Zhang Yi. The Qin, especially the Qin in Guangzhong and Chongling, were amenable to persuasion but not coercion. They did not have much tolerance for people they did not like. Seeing the old man's reaction, the caravan leader, Luo Zhongjing, a man in his 40s, with short hair and a clear scar on his left cheek, narrowed his eyes and sneered. He said, "You can't tell good from bad. Why care about him? Have the Qin not killed enough Yen people in these decades?" Hearing this, the old man, whose eyelids were heavy due to his weakness, was furious again. He said shrilly, "You took my money. Are all Qin people untrustworthy?" Luo Zhongjing looked directly at the old man and said disdainfully, "Do you need me to return the money to you and leave you here?" The old man's face paled, and he was momentarily speechless. Zhang Yi grimaced at Luo Zhongjing and said softly, "The old are respected." Luo Zhongjing sneered. "I think the old are disrespectful." Zhang Yi opened his mouth and wanted to say something. The caravan leader turned his head and said in a cold voice, "We have only met by chance. Mr. is not an ordinary person. We naturally respect and want to rely on Mr.'s power. But this person has insulted the Qin dynasty. Now, he cannot tell good from bad. We cannot work with him. If Mr. wants to take care of him because he is old, then his matters will have nothing to do with us. Zhang Yi felt slightly bitter inside. Looking at the old man's ashen face, he could not bear it. He hesitated and then nodded. Luo Zhongjing's expression did not change. But intentionally or otherwise, the distance between him and the other members of the caravan and this old man grew. Seeing the other members of the caravan cut him off, the old man from Yan's anger lessened greatly, and he appeared even more dispirited. But as his gaze moved, he looked at Zhang Yi, who had been following him from beginning to end. His eyes were still cold and displeased. The dusk grew and vision was blocked. Under the leadership of the experienced caravan leader, the caravan set up camp on a slope to rest and cook. Knowing that the caravan members greatly disliked this old man, Zhang Yi set up a tent dozens of feet away from the outermost tent of the caravan. He took some herbs that repelled mosquitoes and scattered them outside the tent. Seeing Zhang Yi take care of this old man from Yan so carefully, most of the caravan members could not understand. But out of respect for a cultivator, after the food was cooked, someone still brought 2 portions to Zhang Yi's tent. The caravan's food along the way was very simple. The staple was boiled dried sweet potatoes, and the pickles were minced meat soup made from dried meat and wild vegetables. I want to drink minced meat soup, not potato soup. Looking at the food delivered to him, the old man from Yen, who had rested for a long time, showed his domineering and unreasonable side. He pulled over a food box filled with minced meat soup, and then poured the other bowl of minced meat soup into the food box in his hand. Then he started to drink. For the first time, Zhang Yi frowned slightly. He was not angry and said worriedly, "Your stomach is very weak. You can only eat less to nourish your body. Eating meat like this is not good." This old Yen man did not seem to hear Zhang Yi's words. After drinking all the minced meat soup in the food box, he turned around and said coldly, "You are Qin, I am Yen, why are you helping me like this? Who knows what you are thinking, but no matter what you are thinking, I advise you to rest. I don't even have extra money on me. I just want to die in my homeland. That is why I am suffering with your Qin caravan." "Sir, you may have misunderstood." Zhang Yi looked at the old man with cold eyes and said sincerely, "Respecting the elderly is your duty. There is no free meal in the world." The old man sneered and said, "Since you say respecting the elderly is your duty, then my body is very uncomfortable right now. I want hot water to bathe. I see that they are slightly afraid of you. You must be a rare cultivator. It is not impossible for you to get some hot water for me to bathe. You should know that with my body's condition, if I do not have hot water to bathe, I fear that I will get poisonous sores and die along the way." Zhang Yi glanced at the old man. He was not angry but felt that the old man was speaking the truth. He looked around and nodded. "If so, please wait for a moment, mister. What is he going to do?" The caravan members looked in puzzlement at Zhang Yi, who was starting to get busy. They saw Zhang Yi borrow the iron pot from the caravan to boil water. Then he walked to a hard rock on the slope and started to move his sword. As the sword flashed, large pieces of stone flew up. After the water in the iron pot boiled, Zhang Yi first poured filtered cold water into the hole he had dug, and then hot water. After testing that the water temperature was just right, he walked towards the old man. At this time, all the caravan members finally reacted. They had spent so much effort, and even used vital energy that was precious to cultivators, just to serve this old man in his bath. "Is there something wrong with his head?" The caravan leader Luo Zhongjing could not help but curse. Chapter 343. Even powerful cultivators could quickly enter a meditative state to cultivate, but the process of the 5 energies and primal energies of the universe turning into vital energy would take a lot of time. Especially in a place like this where they could be attacked by bandits, bandits or beasts at any time, ordinary cultivators would not waste vital energy and would maintain their vital energy at an abundant state. The caravan leader, Luo Zhongjing, was not a cultivator, but he had seen many cultivators fight. So based on the scene of Zhang Yi using his sword to take the stone, he was certain that Zhang Yi was not someone strong enough to wantonly waste vital energy. So Zhang Yi's actions were very stupid in his view. But for Zhang Yi it was different. Just like in the Min Mountain sword trials, what many people thought was meaningless was more important than Zhang Yi's life. Because of this, he was himself and Zhang Yi. Before the old man took off his clothes and bathed, he carefully tested the temperature of the water. He even picked some medicinal herbs that had some effect on rheumatism, skin rashes and sores and put them in the water. He even started to wash the old man's clothes. After washing them, he used precious vital energy to shake off all the moisture in the clothes so that the old man's gray robes were as clean as new. Looking at his proper and gentle posture, the old man's clean robes, and the unpleasant smell no longer entering their noses, for some reason, even Luo Zhongjing, who had cursed Zhang Yi angrily before, fell silent and felt a different emotion. After soaking for a long time like bathing in a hot spring, the old man, who had changed into clean clothes, gave a satisfied groan. But he still did not thank Zhang Yi, burrowed into the tent and quickly fell asleep. Zhang Yi inspected the tent and confirmed that the cool mountain wind was not blowing directly at the old man's face. Then he started a fire next to the stone pit where the old man had bathed. When the wood turned to red charcoal, and there was no longer the pungent smell of smoke, Zhang Yi solemnly and carefully took out the sword manual that Bailey Sushue had personally written from his chest and started to study it seriously. The sword intent in this sword manual was extremely aloof, like the icicles in the wind at the highest peak of Min Mountain. He could not help but feel a stinging pain in his eyes when he looked at it, and a chill like ice needles piercing through his skin. This kind of sword essence did not match his gentle and scholarly personality. But for him, this sword manual represented Min Mountain sword sex recognition and praise of him. This was a great honor and also a great weight. So he would do his best to learn this sword manual. With true respect and gratefulness, and not fighting against this sword essence, he assimilated even faster. Like he was following in Bailey Sushue's footsteps, his mind immersed in each sharp stroke. If the Min Mountain sword sect cultivator who had been ordered to pass him the sword manual could clearly know his cultivation state, he would be deeply shocked by his cultivation progress. Zhang Yi's mind wandered along with the strokes on the sword manual. Unknowingly, he forgot the passage of time, even the environment he was in, and the original meaning of the words on the sword manual. His mind was empty as the tip of the brush flew quickly, like the mountain wind shuttling between valleys, like a meteor streaking across the sky, like a fish suddenly jumping out of the water, splashing up waves and then disappearing. The tips of these brushes were like swords that jumped up and down, turning into countless mysterious traces in his perception. Everything flowed so smoothly as though it was natural. In reality, the sword essence that this sword manual gave off was as proud as the icicles in the wind at the peak of Min Mountain. It only represented Bailey Sushue's personal state and personality, just the appearance of this sword manual, and not the true meaning of this sword manual. The true meaning of this sword manual was that the sword heart was brightly lit. This was natural. The truths that many people told you were not true truth. Only the truths you took for granted after hearing them were your true truth. A true gentleman would not be affected by external things, and would not go against their own path. When he did things and used the sword, he would understand the truths of this sword manual, and use the sword essence that was natural. If Zhang Yi was just like some hypocritical gentleman in Chongling, and did things differently from what they thought, then even if he had a sword manual like this, he could not comprehend the true meaning within. So Bailey Sushue chose the correct sword manual, and the correct person. when his consciousness followed the flowing strokes until the last stroke soared into the sky, Zhang Yi felt his body become lighter. It was as if his soul had leaped out of his head and rushed into the sky to look down at his body. This feeling was wondrous and novel, but also terrifying. Zhang Yi woke up with a start. He found that his clothes were soaked in dew, and the distant sky was bright. A night had passed silently. All of those sharp brush strokes disappeared from his consciousness like a tide, but when he retreated towards one place, they seemed to leave a mark on the beach. A clear sword path appeared in his mind. He comprehended one sword. He started to comprehend the first sword of this sword manual. He woke up with a hiss. There seemed to be a passageway in the depths of his heart. Yet, what caused him to widen his eyes in confusion was that he clearly felt some quick energy vibrations in front of him, but he did not feel any energy coming out of his body. His vital energy did not even consume a bit of his body's vital energy. An extremely smooth and comfortable feeling immediately spread throughout his body. At this time, the yen old man in the tent turned over and woke up. His turbid eyes immediately became crystal clear. Just now, all the energy vibrating in front of Zhang Yi had gathered in his eyes. But in the next moment, his eyes became turbid again. "I want to drink water." Then he shouted at Zhang Yi in an unfriendly tone. Hearing the old man's shout, Zhang Yi did not think much. He put away the small sheepskin scroll and came to the old man's tent. "I want to drink hot water, not warm water." The old man seemed to think he had not come fast enough and said angrily, "All right." Zhang Yi did not say anything. He turned and walked faster towards the caravan camp. When Yi Zhengnan woke up and walked out of his little room, he found a handsome man with sharp brows standing next to the Min Mountain Sword Sect carriage at the gates of Ink Garden. Yi Zhengnan was a youth who did not fear strong enemies, or even death. But when he saw this handsome man, he still felt nervous and restrained, and still felt awe. Because this handsome man was Tantai Guanjian. For a long time, Tantai Guanjian had been thought of as the strongest in Min Mountain Sword Sect other than Bailey Sushu. Many Realm 7 cultivators did not understand how Tantai Guanjian could be so fast, and how his sword and person could break through common sense and be multiple times faster than the flying swords of ordinary cultivators. Tantai Guanjian did not converse with Xiao Sharon, who was sitting cross-legged on the mat. But he was not in a hurry to enter the garden, and seemed to be silently waiting for the sunrise. Yi Zhengnan had seen Tantai Guanjian at the sword trials, but for some reason, even then, he had not felt Tantai Guanjian was as serious as he was today. While there were no complicated ceremonies or procedures, and Tantai Guanjian was just standing there silently waiting for the sunrise, Yi Zhengnan clearly sensed that something major was happening. The sun rose in the east, and shone down golden light. The sky was completely bright. Yi Zhengnan looked dazedly. He saw Tantai Guanjian's body was covered in a layer of gold. Then Tantai Guanjian nodded warmly at him from a distance, and then bowed slightly to Xiao Sharon. Then a gentle presence flooded out of his body, and caused his body to become exceptionally clean. Even the finest dust on his indigo robes was blown away. Then Tantai Guanjian walked into Ink Garden. Chapter 344. Yi Zhengnan did not know why Tantai Guanjian had arrived at Ink Garden early, but had to enter Ink Garden after sunrise. Yet Ding Ning knew. When he learned of Tantai Guanjian's arrival, he had bathed and changed into clean new robes, and then waited silently for the sunrise. The reason he was so solemn was because this matter was more important to him than any other person. This meant his new life. From the first day he started to cultivate in Chongling, he had to obtain Min Mountain Sword Sect's heaven-replenishing divine art. Otherwise, everything was meaningless, and only death awaited him. The heaven-replenishing divine art was the highest skill of Min Mountain Sword Sect. It was a symbol of the entire sect, and carried a kind of sacred feeling. If such a method was given to a disciple to learn, how could he sneak around like a rat in the dark when he was about to learn it? You know why I have come? Tantai Guanjian, who slowly walked into the garden, looked at Ding Ning, who was waiting for him in clean robes. He first returned the greeting Ding Ning, and then asked gently. Ding Ning nodded and asked in a melancholy voice, Wang Taishu has left? Tantai Guanjian looked at him, his eyes showing undisguised admiration. He said, He has left for the yen. Ding Ning immediately recovered his calm. He looked up at him and said softly, Did he not say he was going to Min Mountain Sword Sect's Sword Tower? Why did you bring him here? Min Mountain Sword Sect only cares about rules, and not trifles. We are all shocked at your abilities to make a great leader of Chongling listen to you. Tantai Guanjian looked at him and said, I originally thought a difficult matter would be so easily solved in your hands. But thinking that you do not have much time, the sect master decided to have me bring this book here. Ding Ning did not speak. He stood respectfully with his head bowed. While he did not have any extra etiquette, he waited with the most solemn appearance for Tantai Guanjian's teaching. Inner respect was more important than ceremony. Yantai Guanjian was even more satisfied with Ding Ning. He didn't say anything else. With a solemn expression, he took out a green jade box from his sleeve. Holding it with both hands, he handed it to Ding Ning. Ding Ning caught it with both hands. Even though the jade box was very small, just like the rectangular boxes used to hold expensive folding fans in Chongling, and did not have much weight, his hands still uncontrollably trembled. If you're done reading it, hand it over to Martial Uncle Xiao outside the door. Yantai Guanjian looked at Ding Ning's trembling hands and thought this was a normal reaction from excitement. He patted Ding Ning's shoulder and then said gently, This method is really hard to comprehend, so you have to hurry. After a pause, Yantai Guanjian looked into Ding Ning's eyes and said, If you have something difficult to do, you can tell me. I will help you. Ding Ning showed an indescribable grimace. He thought and said, Ensure the safety of Wang Taishu and my sect Uncle Li Daoji. Also, ensure the old man has a grand funeral. Hearing Ding Ning's request, Yantai Guanjian nodded and said harmoniously, Do not worry about these things. You only need to focus on cultivation. Ding Ning bowed to salute. Yantai Guanjian looked at Ding Ning with anticipation in his eyes. He and Jing Liuli had the same thoughts. He had great confidence that Ding Ning could comprehend the heaven-replenishing divine art. Unlike usual, when Yantai Guanjian was here, Zhang Sun Qianxue did not appear behind him like an omnipresent shadow. Ding Ning knew this was because Zhang Sun Qianxue was too proud and stubborn. Many years ago, that person could not get a chance to enter Min Mountain Sword Sect, and could not make up for some of the flaws in his cultivation. Zhang Sun Qianxue had never expressed any intentions in this area to Ding Ning, but Ding Ning knew that in her heart, she could not forgive Bailey Sushue. In her view, that person's inability to get the heaven-replenishing divine art was one of the reasons his cultivation was restrained and he died in battle in Chongling. Even though she could not forgive that person. But this was her love and hate. So she would not look at Min Mountain Sword Sect's heaven-replenishing divine art, even if it was one of the best methods in the world. Ding Ning walked into his bedroom in the deepest part of the courtyard. Outside the window, the leaves of a loquat tree scattered the morning sunlight into many tiny light spots. This loquat tree had been moved here from the garden outside the small courtyard several days ago. Although it was not the right time to move it, it lived very well and was full of vitality. It made this small courtyard, which had been full of gloomy coldness, come alive. Ding Ning looked at the indigo jade box on the magenta table and was silent for a long time. Indeed, if that person had gotten this method many years ago, maybe many things would not have happened. Maybe he would have reached the peak of Realm 8 early on, or even Realm 9. The power of transcendence would cause Yuan Wu and many people to give up on their later thoughts. Yuan Wu would still become the emperor of the strongest empire in the world, but like before, he would listen to some of that person's opinions. The Bazin Kendo ground would not disappear, and would become stronger. Jingxiu would not show her cold and emotionless side. She would become that person's gentle wife. Many people would not die. Above the Wei River, between the Ba Mountains and the Shu Rivers, when it rained on a banana night, the little buildings in the bamboo forest would be filled with laughter and singing. Some people would stand at the head of the little boats going down the river, drunk, and try to scoop up the bright moon in the river. Maybe all of this would be different. But was this really perfect? That person would never be able to see through many people. That person would never understand many things. The indigo jade box lay silently under the sparse spots of light. It had not been opened, but Ding Ning seemed to see two different lives. Ding Ning's emotions gradually calmed down. He reached out and opened the indigo jade box without much effort. His sleeves flapped despite the absence of wind. There was a thin, rolled-up book in the indigo jade box. Each page seemed to be woven from threads made from indigo jade. But indigo jade was clearly hard and fragile. How could it be made into threads and appear so soft? But people could see that this was indigo jade. This was extraordinary. Ding Ning took a deep breath, and even his hair danced in the wind. This thin green book was emitting vigorous primal chi of heaven and earth on its own, like an endless fountain. His cultivation habit was to start from the big picture, to understand the general idea, and then the details would not be hard to figure out. Therefore, he was not in a hurry to sense where the primal chi of heaven and earth came from, or how many different strands of primal chi were flowing in the air along with the invisible seal script. Instead, he took out the thin book and flipped it open. There were many transparent lights on the green page. They were like drops of sparkling water droplets. However, the shape of each transparent light was in the shape of a sword. It was not deliberate. Ding Ning's perception was completely immersed in the indigo page and these transparent lights. He seemed to be standing in a world of indigo jade. There were many transparent long swords floating around him, pointing in different directions. Each sword was taller than his body. He started to look at each transparent longsword, and slowly walked in the world of perception. He passed through these motionless transparent longsword. These transparent longswords were motionless, but they started to grow and extend in the direction they pointed. Most of the transparent longswords stabbed towards the sky, giving off an indescribably proud presence. As they extended, these transparent longswords seemed to pierce through the sky, and break through the boundary between day and night. The transparent longswords started to shine, like starlight falling down through the pierced space, or like these transparent longswords themselves had become starlight. Each of the transparent swords was a star in itself. Ding Ning's presence did not change at all. Even Zhang Sun Qianxue, who was in the same courtyard as him, did not sense any changes in his body. However, many silver specks of light were seeping out of his skin. Ding Ning looked up in the world of perception. He murmured to himself with a tinge of sadness and disappointment. So that's how it is. Chapter 345. The truth of cultivation was the exploration of the mysteries of the body and the surrounding world. When one reached a certain level, many truths were connected. For some cultivators who had unimaginable cultivation experience, they only needed to know the method for many things. Just like the countless primal energies of the universe around them. They already knew the existence of those paths, unlike ordinary cultivators who did not even know where those paths were. They only needed to know the method, which paths were useful, and how to touch those paths. Or to use the most appropriate words to describe it, in the many years of the past, countless outstanding cultivators had continuously tried to use different orders and different strengths to stir these lines, testing the reactions produced. The vast majority of them did not succeed because this kind of probing process was also related to luck. However, There were a small number of people who finally tested out a powerful cultivation method, which was why there were so many world-shocking chapters that were left behind in the future. 4 cultivators who had the same cultivation experience as those people, or even more, obtaining such astounding chapters just skipped the process of blind testing. In the eyes of anyone in Min Mountain Sword Sect, Ding Ning was just a cultivator who had just started. He needed to understand those simple seal scripts, and some of the things this book had to express, as well as the primal energies of the universe and the paths. It would take a long time. Many of Min Mountain Sword Sect's Realm's 7 geniuses spent half their lives and did not comprehend the true meaning of the heaven-replenishing divine art. But no one would have thought that the heaven-replenishing divine art was just a door for Ding Ning. He seemed to have just pushed lightly and easily pushed open this door in this morning. He had only used a moment to push open this door, but to see the heaven-replenishing divine art and this door, he had spent many years. What made him most emotional was that the noble mistress of the imperial palace, Zheng Xiu, could not have seen this ultimate manual of Min Mountain Sword Sect. Otherwise, she would have detected some similarities and differences between this method and the one she cultivated. She would have paid any price to obtain or destroy this method. If that person had not been on bad terms with Bailey Sushua back then, he would never have been able to enter Min Mountain Sword Sect. If that person could enter Min Mountain Sword Sect, and Zheng Xiu could follow him into Min Mountain Sword Sect, and see this method, what would happen? So this was fate. The most unpredictable thing was fate. Ding Ning took a deep breath. His gaze changed from sadness to tranquility. He slowly put the green jade scripture away and placed it back into the box. The moment he closed the green jade box, energy stopped coming out of the heaven-replenishing divine art. His fluttering hair started to fall down. But at this time, the last flower remnant sword at his waist started to tremble. The true essence in his body began to flow. The countless sword threads at the tip of the last flower remnant sword started to light up slightly. The moment countless small white flowers bloomed like usual, the tips of the sword threads started to light up like starlight. The 5 chis in Ding Ning's body were already surging violently. The 5 energies within his 5 viscera were like a boiling steamer, constantly emitting out, while his 5 viscera were like water in a steamer, constantly drying up. When the water dries up, the pot will crack, and the 5 internal organs will deteriorate. At this time, the 5 energies in Ding Ning's energy sea started to burn fiercely. The burning produced a higher temperature, and caused the 5 energies to spread even more fiercely. The water in the pot was about to quickly dry up. However, when these burning energies instantly collided and compressed in the narrow space, under the extremely high temperature, there were countless specks of silver light produced, as if countless small stars were formed from the explosion and combustion. The star energy floating in the vast world around him started to sway. As those small silver stars continued to compress in Ding Ning's body, like magnets, they became more attractive to these thin star energies. In countless invisible paths, the star energies that were of the same nature as these silver stars were naturally attracted over and seeped into his body like rain. The 5 chi was still constantly being forced out from his 5 inner organs, burning unceasingly. However, the amount of astral yuan chi gushing in from all directions was even greater than the amount of 5 chi that was being burned. So the water in the pot in his body did not dry up and slowly increased. The dried meridians, flesh, and blood in his body were being nourished. They slowly became plump and radiated with vitality. This was the true feeling of escaping death and obtaining a new life. The countless little silkworms hidden in the deepest parts of his body were nourished by the rain, and suddenly rejoiced. Within the human sovereign jade annulus in his bosom, a ball of flickering yellowish light seemed to have sensed something as well, surging with unprecedented ferocity. Ding Ning's eyes were closed, but his eyelashes could not help but tremble. He felt shocked. This was a cultivation speed that even he could not imagine. The 9-death silkworm and the heaven-replenishing divine art had shown astounding result. At this time, the effects of the human monarch jade annulus were stronger than usual. With the passage of time, the true essence flowing through his body, which was originally like a trickle, became more and more vigorous, and gradually began to surge like a small river. His 5 viscera, which had originally dried up, began to move like a spring that had accumulated a lot of clear water. Even though he had intentionally suppressed it, he had just broken through to Realm 4 during the Min Mountain Sword trials. Then he had been seriously injured and had not had much time to cultivate. But to his shock, he felt that Realm 4 second class was not far away. Many destinies have gathered in Chongling. In the quiet imperial palace, in the Empress study, Empress Jing Xiu stood in front of the spirit lotus pool. She looked at the spirit energy that spread over the pure white spirit lotus. She said to palace attendant Rong, who was standing respectfully with her head bowed, "Long ago, when the Qin dynasty destroyed the Han, there was such a saying in the world. Because the brightest stars in the sky were always right above Chongling. In the past many years, the right time and right place had always proved this saying. The Qin dynasty, 800 miles of fertile land in Guangzhou, had good weather for many years, and had never encountered any natural disasters. In the past, I was most worried about the Zhao. When the Zhao dynasty was destroyed, I did not worry about the Chu, Yan, and Qi. I only had to worry about Chongling's own matters. You must have power so that others will fear you. But just like the rules of Min Mountain Sword Sect, you must make people feel that you have rules. You must let people see that as long as they are talents of the Qin dynasty, you will yield and tolerate them. This way, everyone will naturally prioritize the Qin dynasty. Everything is in the open. At most, people will feel that I am domineering, but will not have many other thoughts." After saying this, the Empress finally looked up at palace attendant Rong and said, "As for you, you fear Ding Ning's talent, and fear that he will cultivate even faster after obtaining the heaven-replenishing divine art. One day, he will challenge and kill you. I can only tell you, since you are doing these things for me, I will not give him the chance to challenge you. I will not let such a thing happen. As to the heaven-replenishing divine art, if it is in his hands, it will be easier to obtain it from him than in the sword tower of Min Mountain Sword Sect." Palace attendant Rong was not as fearful as other people facing the Empress. She nodded calmly and said, "I understand. In these years, the only one who can truly make you feel fear is this wine shop youth." Looking at palace attendant Rong, who had respectfully bowed and left, the Empress smiled slightly and said coolly, "I am growing more interested in this youth." Palace attendant Rong bowed her head even lower. She thought it was better to admit terror than to truly face death. Many destinies are gathered in Chongling, but it is not certain who will truly receive the destiny. Palace attendant Rong's figure disappeared from the cold hall. The faint smile on the Empress' face disappeared, and her eyes recovered their absolute coldness. She muttered to herself coldly. Suddenly, her body trembled slightly. She frowned and raised her head to look at the sky well above. When her gaze touched the blue sky, her perception had already landed on an even more distant starry sky. In the past many years, those cold stars were like her playthings. The star Yuan Qi that she couldn't touch was also something that no one else could touch. Yet at this time, she clearly sensed a slight change in the star energies in the world. But where this change came from and why she could not grasp. At that moment she even thought that she was hallucinating. Chapter 346. The carriage moved further and further away from Chongling. Gradually they could not see the majestic outline of Chongling. Wang Taishu lifted the curtain of the carriage and looked back at Chongling. There was not much emotion in his eyes. He did not even bid farewell to Ding Ning. For him, what was important was not farewell, but whether they could meet again. The caravan stopped at a ferry. One of the carriage drivers helping Wang Taishu drive the carriage started to walk towards a carriage at the very end of the caravan in preparation to rest. But what puzzled most people in the caravan was that no one took over for the carriage driver when they were about to board the ship. At this moment, a man dressed in black walked down from a large ship that was docked on the shore. He walked straight to Wang Taishu's carriage. A pair of exceptionally steady hands gripped the reins at the front of Wang Taishu's carriage. He was very familiar with this because he had been Wang Taishu's carriage driver to begin with. Two men dressed as porters had been staying in the shadows of a storehouse by the docks, sitting with their backs against the wall. They looked tired and sleepy. The bamboo poles and ropes used to carry things were casually leaning against the wall, but they had been observing the caravan Wang Taishu was in. Seeing the black-robed man walk down from the ship, the two men dressed as porters unconsciously narrowed their eyes. At this moment, the two men who were dressed like porters suddenly sensed something and raised their heads abruptly. Wang Taishu's caravan had started to board the ship. This was an ironclad merchant ship that sailed overseas. At this moment, a very young man was standing on the deck at the bow of the ship. Youth was just a feeling. They felt that person was full of vitality, but that person was blind. While his eyes were open, they did not blink. He did not react to the surrounding light or anything. But this was likely the most terrifying blind person in the world. This was because in the perception of the two men dressed like porters, the young blind man was like a huge furnace. The raging fire seemed to want to completely burn through the bow of the iron-armored ship he was standing on and melt it. A man who looked like a porter was the first to lower his head. The other man beside him also lowered his head after a breath and said softly, "General Cui, what should we do?" The man who was addressed as General Cui said coldly, "Of course, we shouldn't do anything. Otherwise, we'll just be courting death." "Someone from the Zhao sword furnace?" The man beside him was unwilling and said softly, "Should we inform the astrology bureau? This is just General Liang's personal grudge. Do not forget how we were expelled from Chongling." The man called General Cui sneered. "Since it is impossible to defeat them, the people of the Zhao sword furnace will always be Zheng Xiu's enemy. The stronger the enemy, the better. Also, the other has already left Chongling. What is the meaning in informing the astrology bureau?" The man beside him didn't seem to agree with his words. After a moment of silence, he said, "What are they going to do overseas? Boarding a ship overseas doesn't mean that you have to go overseas." The man called General Cui mocked. "They can disembark anywhere they want. After bypassing many checkpoints, it will be impossible to track them down. As to what they are going to do after leaving Chongling, what does that have to do with us? We are about to go to a barbaric place like the Nanhua border. I fear we need to consider our own problems. Should be two soldiers." When he steadily controlled Wang Taishu's carriage to board the ship, Jing Mazong, who had disappeared from Chongling for a long time, said to Wang Taishu in the carriage, "Do you want to kill them?" His voice was still respectful to Wang Taishu, but compared to before, it was filled with an indescribable determination and power. No one had to doubt his abilities. They should be General Liang Lian's people. I fear that most people in Chongling, including the Empress, underestimate him. Wang Taishu stilled slightly and then shook his head. He said, "There is no need to complicate matters." Jing Mazong bowed his head and did not speak, as though nothing had happened. The young blind man on the deck didn't pay the two cultivators who were disguised as porters any attention. His eyes were empty as he looked towards an unknown place, instead walking towards a middle-aged cook dressed in ordinary cloth clothes, calmly washing vegetables and killing fish in a corner of the ship. "Can we live in peace?" He walked past this middle-aged cook, who seemed to be in charge of the ship's kitchen, and said softly, "Including not revealing my relationship with Wang Taishu to Min Mountain Sword Sect. Otherwise, when the ship leaves, I will kill you with my sword." The middle-aged cook did not pause in her movements. She skillfully killed the fish, took out the innards, and prepared to throw them to a black cat lying in the shadows nearby. At the same time, she said simply, "Yes?" The young blind man did not seem to sense her existence and walked towards the cabin without stopping. But his voice still reached the middle-aged cook's ears. His voice turned from absolute murderousness to a gentle request. "Can you leave the fish bladders? I like to eat them." The middle-aged cook did not respond and simply took out the white fish bladders from the innards she was going to throw away. The surface of the river connected to the Wei River rippled. The water in the deepest part of Chongling's great floating water prison was also rippling with white bubbles. Hearing the suppressed groans from the prison ahead, Lin Zhujiu struggled to look up. His seaweed-like hair dripped with water. He smiled unconcernedly and said, "My hope for survival comes from knowing that the nine-death silkworm has appeared in Chongling. The existence of the nine-death silkworm means that my enemies will be terrified. Thinking that no matter how strong my enemies are, they will still be terrified, I am very happy. But you, where does your hope come from?" After a long time, the groans from the prison disappeared. A muffled voice sounded. "My previous life was to die. Since I was saved, I naturally have to live well." Lin Zhujiu smiled. "This seems to be insincere." The voice from the prison disappeared for a long time before he remembered. "She will appear in front of me. Even if she cannot save me, she will die in front of me. I am waiting for her." "An interesting reason." Lin Zhujiu smiled happily and said seriously, "I will wait with you." On the cold stone steps not far from the two prison cells, Shun Xian, like a shadow, silently listened to the two's conversation. In the past many years, he had only been unable to pry open Lin Zhujiu's mouth. But now there was this nameless young person. Yi Sealing was quiet. The water in the ditch in the corner of the courtyard rippled. There was no longer white mist rising in front of Bai Shan Shui. A glowing water droplet flickered in front of her as she breathed, and then gave people a feeling of increasing heaviness. Seeing this scene, Yi Sealing knew that Bai Shan Shui had recovered her cultivation, and had taken a great step forward in cultivation. She was more terrifying than at her peak. She could sense Bai Shan Shui's thoughts. Yet she still shook her head and said, "There is a cultivator from Min Mountain Sword Sect outside Ink Garden. He will not be weaker than Yantai Guanjian. He will guard outside Ink Garden like a gatekeeper." Bai Shan Shui knew what it meant to not be weaker than Yantai Guanjian. If she was already in Ink Garden, she might be confident she could hide her presence and not be discovered by this cultivator. But when this cultivator stood outside Ink Garden like a gatekeeper, anyone who wanted to enter Ink Garden could not escape his eyes and ears. Her brow furrowed slightly. After thinking for a moment, she looked seriously at Yi Sealing and asked, "Has he seen you before?" Yi Sealing glanced at her and said, "You want to pretend to be me and go in?" Bai Shan Shui nodded and said, "If you help me, I can go in. Do you feel this is cruel?" Yi Sealing turned her head away and did not look at her. "If you go, I naturally have to hide here. But have you ever thought that after waiting here for so long, if I go and see, it is you who can go and I cannot?" Bai Shan Shui naturally knew how much emotion and danger was contained in this. Her expression grew solemn, and then she bowed deeply to Yi Sealing and said, "Bureau Chief Yi, please help. Help me act out this play. Go at noon and return at dusk." Yi Sealing said coldly, "I happen to be going to kill someone." Chapter 347. The summer afternoon was the most drowsy time of the day. A guard general walked down from the turret and slowly walked along the wide and straight alley. He did not have any attendants following him. Some of the soldiers and low-ranking officials around the turret followed his shadow, but no one felt anything different than usual. This corner tower general was Mu Fengyu. Just like the other corner tower generals, he was the highest-ranking official around this corner tower. However, compared to the other corner tower generals with illustrious achievements, his cultivation and past were extremely mediocre. Most of the soldiers didn't even know how he was able to become a corner tower general. Mu Fingyu's daily life was extremely monotonous. His residence was not far from this turret. During the day of rest, he would return to his residence to rest for an hour and then return to the turret as though it had formed a natural pattern. Mu Fingyu was used to leaving under the gazes of these soldiers and low-ranking officials. Thinking of the puzzlement of these soldiers and low-ranking officials, a hint of self-mockery appeared at the corners of his mouth. Of course, he knew why he had become the guard general of this turret. Among the dozens of turrets in Chongling, the turret he guarded was located at the center of Chongling. It appeared to be the center, but it was not near the outer perimeter or the imperial palace. It was one of the most unimportant areas. When this turret detected any disturbance, the other turrets would have detected it long ago. So this was where he had the least to do. The least to do meant safety and not having to bear any responsibility. It also meant boredom. So like many of the noblewomen in Chongling, he even raised a dog. The dog was an ordinary black dog, but it was quite intelligent. It was very obedient and lovable. One of the important reasons he returned to his residence at this time every day was to prepare some food and water for the black dog, and to play with the black dog for a while. Just like usual, when he pushed open the bamboo gate and walked into the courtyard, this grass dog with black fur that seemed to flow oil happily came out to greet him. It circled around him and jumped happily as it followed him into the backyard. However, the moment he entered the backyard, the black dog's head fell off. No blood was spilled. The black dog even maintained its standing posture. The wound on its neck seemed to be sealed by a thin layer of light film. Countless blood vessels, white bones, and flesh could even be seen. It was a disgusting sight. Mu Fingyu's body immediately froze, but his expression turned cold. He did not move and only sneered. I do not know who you are, but you should know that if the primal energies of the universe here are strong, at least 3 turrets will notice. No one responded to him. Only the sound of soft footsteps could be heard. When Mu Fingyu saw the flash of white, his cold face suddenly changed color. He exclaimed in disbelief, "Bureau Chief Yi?" Yi Sealing held a cup of cold tea in his hand and stood in the shadows under the eaves. He looked at him quietly, still not making a sound. Mu Fingyu's body was instantly drenched in sweat. He forced a smile and said, "Bureau Chief Yi, what do you mean? In the 3rd year of Yuanwu, I found out about you. Starting from that time, I wanted to see you." Yi Sealing stopped looking at him and started to look down at the green tea in his hand. There was only a green tea leaf floating in the tea. I had not thought that I would wait until today. Mu Fingyu sweated even more. His throat grew stiff and he said, "This lowly official does not understand Bureau Chief Ye's meaning." Yi Sealing said in a calm tone, "If you had not sent false information and changed military orders, at least the Chongmen army would have rushed to him. Even if he died in battle, he would not have died so easily. Who would have thought that a mere messenger would dare to open and forge a military order and kill at least 7 cultivators above Realm 7? Mu Fingyu's body trembled. He finally understood that the matter of the past had not been hidden from everyone. Even more importantly, you left me out of the forged military orders. A hint of self-mocking coldness appeared at the corners of Yi Sealing's mouth. Her eyelashes trembled. When I found out, everything was over, and almost everyone thought that I should have known. They thought that I was purposely leading the army to not move. Even Zheng Xiu and Yuanwu thought that I stood on their side in the end. The pale Mu Fingyu knew that any evasion was useless. He laughed with a hint of madness and said coldly, "Since this is the case, Bureau Chief Yi, you should thank me even more. Since nothing can be changed, and because of my mistake, you survived and became the bureau chief of the Qin dynasty, then you should make the best of it. Not everyone can climb to your position just because they want to. Changing and forging military orders was not something that you could have done alone. There were more important people above. Yi Sealing did not look at his mad laughter. She looked calmly at the tea in her hand and said, "Tell me that person's name. If you are determined to kill me, what is the difference if I tell you or not?" Mu Fengyu's eyes narrowed and he said, "I just do not understand, since you have endured for so many years, why can't you endure now?" Yi Sealing looked up at Mu Fengyu. She did not speak, but Mu Fengyu suddenly thought of something. His voice grew strange. You are sure that person's heir?" Yi Sealing did not answer his question and said, "There is a great difference between dying comfortably and not. I know that you are one of the strongest cultivators in Chongling right now, but you cannot kill me silently without the 3 turrets noticing." Mu Fengyu forced himself to look calmly at Yi Sealing. "Also, I am just a minor person. I cannot understand why you would take such a risk to kill a minor person like me. You do not have any talent in cultivation, and have just passed Realm 5. But you are a very smart person. Since you are smart enough, you will understand." Yi Sealing smiled and showed 2 faint dimples. "Because I know you should have a yellow rhinoceros horn." The yellow rhinoceros horn was not the horn of a rhinoceros, but a yellow spirit medicine that looked like a rhinoceros horn in the deep sea. This kind of spirit medicine only had one effect: to greatly increase the cultivation of cultivators below Realm 6. Yi Sealing had passed Realm 7 long ago, and this kind of spirit medicine was useless to her. Mu Fengyu's breathing stopped completely. He did not dare to believe that person had left behind an heir. "Since you are determined to have me die, then we will die together." Mu Fengyu naturally could not sit and wait for death. He opened his mouth, wanting to speak. At the same time, his vital energy started to flow violently through his body. But before he could speak, the tea in Yi Sealing's teacup was dry. The green tea in her hand disappeared without warning. Even the water in the tea leaf disappeared, turning into dry tea at the bottom of the teacup like a dry tea leaf that had never been steeped. With the disappearance of the tea, Mu Fengyu felt his skin become heavy all of a sudden. His body was extremely stiff, and there was only fear left in his crazed eyes. The sweat on his body was pulled by a powerful force and formed a water membrane around him. It absorbed the water essence of the primal energies of the universe in the surroundings and gradually turned into a transparent ball of water. He could not breathe, move, and even his vital energy and primal energies of the universe could not come out of his body. Yi Sealing glanced coolly at him. He was unable to move. There were no powerful primal energies of the universe vibrations. This little courtyard was very calm, as though nothing had happened. The ball of water silently swelled. Small cracks appeared in some of the water droplet. Small bubbles slowly seeped in and pressed into Mu Fengyu's lungs along with the water droplets. He was like a drowning person. His lungs were filled with water, and it was extremely uncomfortable. But his body received some oxygen to maintain life, and he would not die immediately. Because of the unbearable pain, his face twisted and convulsed. I said before that there is a great difference between dying uncomfortably and dying comfortably. You have no children, and do not fear the revenge of some people. I do not understand why you persist. If you say that person's name, I will let you die easily, just like your dog. Yi Sealing said these 3 sentences, and then looked at him and waited. Mu Fengyu's lips started to move. He could not make a sound, but Yi Sealing could clearly see what he was saying from the shape of his mouth. "Even if you kill me, people will see that you killed me." Yi Sealing laughed again, so hard his chest shook. "I did not kill you, Bai Shanshui killed you. I am in the Zhou family ink garden right now." Mu Fengyu was a smart person, just as she had said. He thought of a possibility, and the last thread of hope in his eyes disappeared, leaving only terror. Chapter 348. The One Sky Water and Cloud Water Palaces method were the strongest water manipulation methods in the world. The One Sky Water was too hard, and Cloud Water Palaces method was more soft. When the two met, it was easy to create a scene. With Mu Fingyu's cultivation, he could not even make a sound in front of Yi Xiling. This was a person that Yi Xiling had wanted to kill since the 3rd year of Yuanwu. But when he saw the terror in the other's eyes, Yi Xiling did not feel much joy. The pain he was in now was not bearable, but Mu Fingyu did not speak that person's name. In the coup of Chongling back then, other than the present Yuanwu Emperor and Empress Jing Xiu, there was another important person who had played an important role in the shadows. This person should have had a high status back then, possessed great power, and was not one of the present 2 ministers or marquises. This important person hidden in the darkness had gathered much of Yi Xiling's hatred, and was always a great threat to Yi Xiling. If entering Min Mountain Sword Sect and obtaining the heaven-replenishing divine art was the first step of Ding Ning's revenge, then Yi Xiling's first step was to find who this person was. "What are you afraid of?" Looking at Mu Fingyu, who was in incomparable pain but still unable to speak, her expression grew colder and colder. The smile on her face did not fade, but her 2 little dimples seemed to have formed ice. "What else can that person threaten you? Is his threat more terrifying than death and pain?" Mu Fingyu was in extreme pain. His body started to convulse, and he even started to lose control of his bowels. His lips started to move furiously, but Yi Xiling could see that he was only swearing the most vicious words. Yi Xiling's figure disappeared from the courtyard. The transparent water ball wrapped around Mu Fingyu did not dissipate. This hour had been Mu Fingyu's most leisurely and relaxing time of the day, but now it became the longest torture of his life. On this drowsy summer afternoon, Mu Fingyu slowly died in endless pain. Ink Garden was very quiet in the afternoon, but the alley outside the courtyard was very lively. Some shop owners gathered together to gamble. Occasionally, the screams and curses of some old women could be heard. Yi Zhengnan was practicing his sword in the shadows of his little room. His sword was very unique. Its entire body was golden, and the runes on the sword seemed to be folded in a strange way. But if one looked closely, the sword was abnormally smooth and straight. The folded runes seemed to be naturally reflected on the sword. His sword technique was also very strange. With every slash of the sword seemed to fold in the air, forming a series of golden ripples. He was so focused on practicing that he even forgot about the scorching heat. His clothes were completely soaked, but he suddenly had a strange feeling. He stopped and couldn't help but look to the side. He knew the source of the abnormality. That was where Xiao Sharon was sitting. Just now, Xiao Sharon glanced at him. Yi Zhengnan stopped. He thought for a moment, put away his sword, and walked back to his residence. Then, he took a bamboo mat and walked towards Xiao Sharon. Then, he laid down the bamboo mat not far from Xiao Sharon and sat down. "I will not teach you swordsmanship." The moment Yi Zhengnan sat down, Xiao Sharon, who was usually as silent as a mute, spoke. The rejection of a person like him was usually colder and more hurtful than most people. Yi Zhengnan glanced at Xiao Sharon, but his expression did not change. He shook his head and said, "Elder is interested in me. Otherwise, you would not have watched me use the sword." Xiao Sharon shook his head and said, "Being interested in watching and being interested in teaching are not the same." After a slight pause, Xiao Sharon continued, "Also, I am a member of Min Mountain Sword Sect. If you want to be taught by me, you have to pass the Min Mountain Sword trials. You have not passed the trials." These words were more hurtful than his previous words. But Yi Zhengnan still did not feel dejected or angry. After a moment of silence, he said, "I heard that Elder is a cultivator skilled in killing people. I do not need Min Mountain swordsmanship, I only need Elder to teach me how to kill people." "You like to kill people?" Xiao Sharon seemed to hear an interesting joke, and gave a rare laugh. Then he said self-mockingly, "Who likes to kill people? Killing people is better than being killed." Yi Zhengnan was silent for a moment and said, "My parents were killed by a group of bandits when they were taking me back to my hometown. I hid in the forest where the bandits lived for more than 2 months and killed 7 bandits. If I was stronger at the time, I could have killed all the bandits long ago and not been detected and captured." Maybe because he was reminded of similar memories, Xiao Sharon did not directly refuse this time and maintained his silence. Yi Zhengnan did not speak and just sat silently on the mat next to him. Xiao Sharon's eyebrows rose slightly and he said, "Why do you have so many shadows when you attack?" Yi Zhengnan stilled slightly. "My sword is the shadow-switching sword. The sword manual I cultivate is the fleeting shadow sword manual. The two are compatible." Xiao Sharon shook his head and said expressionlessly, "A sword with many sword shadows needs a sword manual that makes the shadows even richer and more unpredictable. That is what ordinary cultivators do. But to kill, one has to be different from others." Yi Zhengnan stilled. Xiao Sharon did not care if he understood and said, "It is easy to make a sword that can produce many sword shadows to produce more sword shadows, but it is very difficult to make a sword that can produce many sword shadows to not produce sword shadows. When other people feel that you have to be round, you choose to be straight and you can do it." Xiao Sharon continued, "This is a good way to kill." Yi Zhengnan's eyes lit up with a strange light. He did not say anything and just bowed deeply to Xiao Sharon. At this time, Xiao Sharon turned his head. A black carriage appeared in the path he was looking at. The roof of the carriage was very round, like an enormous umbrella. Sensing the presence coming from the black carriage, Xiao Sharon's expression turned cold. But he did not show any intentions of stopping, and just watched coldly as the carriage drove into Ink Garden. Ink Garden was silent. Ding Ning had been quietly closing his eyes, but when the carriage approached the inner garden, his body uncontrollably trembled. He opened his eyes. Yi Xiling had finally arrived. The black carriage stopped at the gates to the inner garden. The astrology bureau official driving the carriage patrolled the surroundings. After making sure no one was near the inner garden, he bowed respectfully to the black carriage and then retreated. Ding Ning slowly passed through the courtyard and walked towards the black carriage. "In reality, I like to be straightforward. I am not the person you are waiting for, but my arrival should be enough to say something." Hearing the soft voice from the carriage, Ding Ning suddenly stopped in his steps. "By Shanshui?" A cold voice sounded. Zhangsun Qianxue appeared not far behind Ding Ning with a frosty expression. "Eldest Miss Gongsun, we meet again. But this time, if you want to kill me, it will not be so easy." Mocking laughter rang out. The black carriage curtains were pushed open by a gust of moist wind. Bai Shanshui, dressed in the robes of the astrology bureau, smiled faintly as she looked at Ding Ning and Zhangsun Qianxue. Zhangsun Qianxue did not like jokes like this. Her beautiful eyes started to show anger. Cloud Water Palace has always been strict with their methods in the past. I had not thought that there would be a day when they would meet Sky One Xing, Ding Ning said coldly as he recovered his calmness and looked at Bai Shanshui in the black carriage. As expected of Wang Jingming's heir, Bai Shanshui looked emotionally at Ding Ning and said sincerely, "If there is one person in the world that I truly admire, it must be Wang Jingming. Even the heir he found is unparalleled in the world." Hearing that person's name, and not just once, Zhangsun Qianxue's anger and coldness surged in her eyes like a storm was about to erupt. Ding Ning turned to look at her and then at Bai Shanshui. He said seriously, "If you want us to do something with you, at least pay attention to other people's feelings." "I apologize," Bai Shanshui said to Zhangsun Qianxue and then looked seriously at Ding Ning. She bowed slightly. "Mister, please help me save that person in the great floating water prison." Bai Shanshui was much older than Ding Ning and had been famous for a long time. To the present Ding Ning, she was undoubtedly a senior. Yet, she called Ding Ning Mr. because she thought of Ding Ning as someone of the same generation and was extremely respectful. That person comes from Chu. Before Ding Ning answered, she looked at Ding Ning and added, he and you have met before. If he cannot endure in the great floating water prison, Yi Siling and I will not be the only ones who know your true identity. So Yi Siling is one of us? Before Ding Ning could speak, Zhang Sun Qianxue looked at Ding Ning and asked coldly. Ding Ning glanced at her. Zhang Sun Qianxue did not say anything else and turned to walk towards the room behind her. For her, since the result was already decided, what happened next was not something she needed to consider. I came here. She went to kill someone. While I do not know who she killed, it must be for the matter of the past. Bai Shanshui did not look at Zhang Sun Qianxue and looked at Ding Ning. She said, I did not gamble wrong from the start. She is a righteous person. Palace Master Bai is also a righteous person, not mentioning the Lonely Mountain Sword Horde and saving people in the great floating water prison. Ding Ning looked up, took a deep breath and said slowly. Bai Shanshui smiled and said without hesitation, as long as there is a way to save people, we can study the Lonely Mountain Sword Horde together. Chapter 349. For the entire world, the Lonely Mountain Sword Horde was of great significance. Bai Shanshui was especially famous among the cultivators who were enemies of the Qin dynasty because she had the Lonely Mountain Sword Horde, and not because of her identity as the master of Cloud Water Palace. Hearing Bai Shanshui's words, Ding Ning frowned slightly. He seemed to be thinking of something and did not immediately respond. Bai Shanshui looked at this young but exceptionally calm youth. Her eyebrows rose slightly and she said, do not worry, I, Bai Shanshui, always mean what I say. Ding Ning shook his head. Looking at her proud face, he said, Palace Master Bai is also a person of emotions. I am not worried about Palace Master Bai, but the great floating water prison is not as simple as Palace Master Bai thinks. Bai Shanshui laughed and said, it is because I feel it is not simple that I have come to Mr. and eldest Miss Gongsun for help. The more cautious Mr. is, the more I feel this matter is possible. Ding Ning took a deep breath. Ever since Bai Shanshui entered the garden with Yi Siling's unique presence, his mind had been in turmoil. He finally could not disguise his calmness, and his hands started to tremble slightly. I originally wanted to save people from the great floating water prison. He looked up into Bai Shanshui's eyes and said, but if I want to save people from the great floating water prison, I need at least 5 realms 7 cultivators. Bai Shanshui did not ask who Ding Ning wanted to save from the great floating water prison. She frowned and said, Yi Siling will not act. Ding Ning shook his head with difficulty and said, even if he does not act, he can be of some use. But even counting her, we lack 2 realms 7 cultivators. Bai Shanshui grew silent. She knew that when Ding Ning said they lacked 2, he was including Zhang Sun Qianxue. While they lacked 2, there were very few realms 7 cultivators. Also, this was Chongling. How could they find 2 realms 7 experts who dared to rescue people from the great floating water prison? Must there be 5? After a moment of silence, she raised her head and asked Ding Ning. Ding Ning looked at her and said seriously, 5 realm 7s is the most conservative estimate. Bai Shanshui laughed. Her smile had always been proud, but at this moment it was indescribably bleak. It was like a sunflower that had lost its golden color and was pale under the sunlight. Sir, please think of a way. She didn't leave the carriage. Instead, she bowed deeply and said. Ding Ning was silent for a moment and said, unless we can find another one. Bai Shanshui looked at Ding Ning and said, just one more place, and we have a higher chance of success. Ding Ning nodded and said, I'll think of something. Bai Shanshui smiled self-deprecatingly and turned her head slightly to look at the scenery of Ink Garden. She said, there is something I must thank you for. If you had not poured all the spirit medicines Zheng Xiu gave into the ditch, I would not have come to see you so quickly. Maybe this is the will of the heavens. Ding Ning also smiled self-deprecatingly and said, The will of the heavens is best at playing people. It seems you do not believe in the will of the heavens. Bai Shanshui laughed wantonly and then her smile faded. She said, Other than the lonely mountain sword hoard and waiting, what else can I do? Ding Ning thought and said seriously and directly, Help me kill Liang Lian. It seems that General Liang is not likable. Bai Shanshui's expression was cold and she said, Do not worry, I hate him as much as you. Ding Ning bowed and said, Thank you, Palace Master Bai. Right now I live in Bureau Chief Ye's capital. If you want to find me, find Bureau Chief Yi. Today, I will return early to avoid inconveniencing Bureau Chief Yi. Bai Shanshui smiled faintly and said this. She flicked her hand and a dark gold light landed in Ding Ning's hand. The curtains of the carriage in front of her fell down and concealed her figure. The sound of clapping hands sounded from the carriage. The official of the astrology bureau, who had been waiting patiently in the outer yard, quickly walked in front of the carriage and nodded respectfully. Then he drove the carriage out of Ink Garden without stopping. What is this? Zhang Sun Qianxue appeared behind Ding Ning. She frowned slightly and her gaze landed on Ding Ning's palm. At this time, lying quietly in Ding Ning's palm was a dark gold jade seal. This jade seal was not complete and was missing several corners. There were many lines that seemed to have been randomly carved on the surface. Ding Ning's gaze had been focused on these lines. When Zhang Sun Qianxue's voice sounded, Ding Ning slowly turned around and glanced at Zhang Sun Qianxue without speaking. Zhang Sun Qianxue understood something from his gaze. Her frown deepened and she said in disbelief, The Lonely Mountain Sword Hoard? Ding Ning looked in the direction the carriage had left and said sincerely, The Lonely Mountain Sword Hoard represents the greatest sincerity. But to put the Lonely Mountain Sword Hoard in our hands before the matter is done, the legendary Bai Shanshui is very magnanimous. Zhang Sun Qianxue was silent. From the moment she saw Bai Shanshui, she didn't like Bai Shanshui. She always felt that Bai Shanshui was too arrogant. But now, thinking of Bai Shanshui in the black palanquin, she clearly felt Bai Shanshui's loneliness. Silence but not turning to leave meant the two's conversation had not ended. Ding Ning knew this, so he was silent and waited for Zhang Sun Qianxue to speak. You've already gotten everything you wanted. After a long silence, Zhang Sun Qianxue looked at Ding Ning and said. Ding Ning was silent for a moment. He looked up at her and said, In Chongling, some things are more important than these two. Zhang Sun Qianxue looked away from Ding Ning and said coldly, What is in the Lonely Mountain Sword Hoard? Very strange. Ding Ning's gaze focused back on the jade seal in his hand. He shook his head gravely. Completely different from what I imagined. Zhang Sun Qianxue said, What do you mean? Because a fragment of the Lonely Mountain Sword Hoard appeared before, you should know that there have always been two different guesses about the Lonely Mountain Sword Hoard. One is that this jade seal is the Lonely Mountain Sword Hoard itself, and the seal scripts on it are the best methods of the Lonely Mountain Sword sect. The other guess is that this jade seal is the treasure map of the Lonely Mountain Sword sect, and can be used to find the secret storehouse of the Lonely Mountain Sword Hoard. Ding Ning paused and looked up at Zhang Sun Qianxue. He said, Now, the Lonely Mountain Sword Hoard is almost complete. From this, it seems to be a powerful method to use primal energies of the universe, and hides a supreme sword path. But the feeling it gives me is not so. In the records, the sword skills of the Lonely Mountain Sword sect are peerless, but the method on this jade seal gives me a feeling of insufficient killing intent, or rather, the killing intent is scattered. There is an indescribable feeling of great emptiness. Great emptiness? Zhang Sun Qianxue frowned and could not help but repeat, If the killing intent is not condensed, then it will flow everywhere. Unless this is a method to deal with an army. But facing an army is not a battle of one cultivator. There are so many powerful cultivators in the army, and they can be divided and stopped. Ding Ning looked at her beautiful and cold face and shook his head. This method does not have much meaning. Zhang Sun Qianxue thought seriously. She could not understand, so she was not willing to think more. She said, "Won't we know if we try?" Ding Ning looked at her with a grimace and said, "Realm 7 is not enough? Realm 7 is not enough?" Zhang Sun Qianxue had been preparing to turn. Hearing his words, she stopped in her tracks and suddenly turned to look at him. She said in a cold voice, "You mean, even if a Realm 7 cultivator can comprehend the method on this, they cannot use it completely?" Ding Ning nodded seriously and said, "I am very sure." Zhang Sun Qianxue's gaze landed on the Lonely Mountain Sword Horde Jade Seal in Ding Ning's hand again. She sneered. "Then isn't this item only useful to Yuanwu?" Ding Ning sensed her meaning and quickly put the jade seal into his chest. He said, "Do not have thoughts of destroying it. This is useful to us. In Chongling, where can you find 2 more Realm 7s who dare to oppose Jing Xiu and rob the great floating water prison?" Zhang Sun Qianxue did not linger on this topic and asked coldly. Ding Ning grew silent. Zhang Sun Qianxue sneered again. "Fish market?" Ding Ning took a deep breath and did not answer. Zhang Sun Qianxue turned around and said with a cold smile, "You have already caused her to be like a homeless ghost. She finally has a place to live, but in the end, she is not at peace." Watching her leave, Ding Ning's expression grew determined again. He said, "Fish market will be the last choice. Even though I never believed that fish market could be at peace for a long time in Chongling," he added after a pause. Zhang Sun Qianxue did not say anything else to mock Ding Ning. She knew that Ding Ning was in great pain inside. At this moment, her heart was filled with pain. Chapter 350. Bai Shanshui was silent in the black carriage. Realm 7, she thought for a moment and then slowly looked up. She said softly to herself, "In the battle at the Wei River in Fish Market, the 4 orphan girls have been reunited. Now, even Miss Gongsun has appeared. Zhao Miao, where are you?" Zhao Miao was 4th Mr. Zhao. After the battle at Fish Market, 4th Mr. Zhao's lifebond sword had been destroyed and was missing. But Bai Shanshui felt that 4th Mr. Zhao was like her, and would not be satisfied when he saw this majestic city of grey walls and black tiles. They had been opponents in a life-and-death battle, but when she thought of Zhao Miao now, she felt emotional, warm, and expectant. The caravan moving along the Chu border finally came close to the Yen. Because they had accumulated too much exhaustion, most people in the caravan were even more irritable. But perhaps because they were close to their homeland, the old man Zhang Yi had been taking care of seemed to be in a better mood. He did not make many demands of Zhang Yi and speak ill of him like before. He was mostly silent, narrowing his dim yellow eyes as though he was recalling something. When they could faintly see some villages on the Yen border, the old man seemed to become more spirited. After he finished the dinner Zhang Yi had brought for him at sunset, he gave Zhang Yi a rare smile. He seemed to see through Zhang Yi and said with slight disdain, "A young cultivator like you should not follow a caravan like this. You must have committed a great crime in Chongling, so you are using this method to escape Chongling." Zhang Yi stilled slightly and said awkwardly, "Mister, you misunderstand? If I did not commit a great crime, then why?" The disdain at the corners of the old man's mouth grew. Zhang Yi stilled. He did not know how to answer this question. The old man laughed again. "And you say you did not commit a great crime?" Zhang Yi thought and said, "I offended an important person." The old man looked disdainfully at him and said, "You are a cultivator. You just offended an important person and you do not dare to stay in Chongling. You are too weak." "I'm not afraid of that big shot." Thinking of what he and his little sect brother had done in the Min Mountain sword trials, Zhang Yi's face flashed with rare pride. But my choice can make the people I care about live better. Sacrificing yourself to help others sounds great. The old man looked meaningfully at Zhang Yi and said, Then have you thought about yourself? Zhang Yi nodded seriously and looked into the depths of the yen. I need to become stronger, only by becoming strong enough can I protect others. The old man smiled. Zhang Yi was looking into the distance, and did not see that his face was very gentle, completely different from usual. I'm sleepy, help me get some warm water to wash my feet. As usual, he spoke to Zhang Yi as if ordering him around. Zhang Yi stood up and went to get some warm water without thinking. When he returned with a basin of hot water, he was stunned. There was no trace of the old man in his sight. Only the place where the old man just now was sitting had traces of burned charcoal, and 3 words were written crookedly. I'm leaving. When Zhang Yi's urgent shout sounded, the old man, wrapped in the darkness, lightly moved through the wilderness. His body seemed to be wrapped in a ball of unique energy that caused his body to float over the long grass like a gust of wind. The wrinkles on his face were still there, but the feeling of weakness and age was slowly repelled by a powerful presence and disappeared from his body. Under a withered old tree, there was a ball of red burning like a flame. As it got closer, it could be seen clearly that it was a fiery red crane. When the old man came close to the red crane, the crane spread its wings and flew up. The old man seemed to just sit forward and then sat on the back of the crane. Then, the crane silently flew up, disappearing into the clouds in the night sky. I can see that you are a good person. But in the present world, good people may not be rewarded well. The caravan leader, Luo Zhongjing, walked in front of Zhang Yi, who had searched for a long time but found nothing. Looking at the other's disappointed and worried expression, he said seriously. Zhang Yi understood the caravan leader's meaning and knew the other had good intentions. But he still shook his head and said softly, If everyone thinks like this, there will only be evil and no good. Luo Zhongjing sighed and did not say anything else. From the initial confusion to the present helplessness, this humble young cultivator's actions along the way, and his meticulous care for the yen old man like he was repaying evil with good, made them feel what a true gentleman was. But could a true gentleman really survive in this world where the strong preyed on the weak? At this time, while Zhang Yi was worried about the lost old man, he was worried about the fate of this young cultivator who had won them over with his character. Ding Ning frowned as he sat in front of the table. The jade seal that represented the Lonely Mountain sword hoard lay silently on the table in front of him. Some lines circling in his mind perfectly filled in the largest corner of the jade talisman, and perfectly connected with the lines on the jade talisman. Bai Shanshui's Lonely Mountain sword hoard was not as complete as his. But when his mind moved through these almost complete lines, the clearer he felt, the more Ding Ning felt that his speculation about Zhang Sunqianxue was correct. When the power above Realm 8 spread out along these lines, and the powerful primal energies of the universe flowed through Chongling, what would the result be? Ding Ning felt he seemed to have grasped the line that could lead to the true answer, but there seemed to be a last layer of gauze that he could not touch. It was a bit chaotic. There were sounds of bamboo instruments in the distance. Hearing the faint sounds of singing and laughter coming from the restaurant in the distance, Ding Ning knew that his heart was in a mess. You cannot do this. He frowned and scolded himself in a low voice. Then his expression started to recover its usual calmness. Since he could not think of a solution due to the chaos, he could only follow the prescribed order. Palace attendant Rong had always been Zheng Xiu's subordinate, and had many new and old debts to settle. The former carriage driver, General Liang Lian, was about to leave Chongling. Since that was the case, then he would kill palace attendant Rong first. Actually, following the prescribed order was often the easiest way for people to calm down. He put away the jade seal on the table and walked out of the inner courtyard. Then he walked out of the gates of Ink Garden until he came in front of Xiao Sharon, who was sitting cross-legged on the mat under the tree. He bowed seriously and said, "I want to kill Palace Attendant Roan." Hearing the words, Xiao Sharon's expression did not change. He looked up slightly at Ding Ning and said coldly, "The Empress will not give you a chance to kill her publicly, but you can kill her in secret? Then everyone will think that Min Mountain Sword Sect helped me kill her." Ding Ning shook his head and said, "I want to kill her publicly as a disciple of White Goat Cave." Xiao Sharon was the cultivator best at killing in Min Mountain Sword Sect. His ability to kill contained many layers of meaning. His previous words had clearly expressed a certain meaning, but he did not directly refute Ding Ning. He thought for a moment and said, "The Empress will not give you a chance to publicly challenge her and kill her, but you can force her to the point she cannot help herself. I want to know what she cannot tolerate." Ding Ning bowed to Xiao Sharon again. He knew that Xiao Sharon might not know, but Min Mountain Sword Sect would definitely find a way. Chapter 351. Since I say you can force her to the point she cannot resist, then you can find a way. Xiao Sharon looked at Ding Ning and said coolly, "But she is Realm 6, and you just passed Realm 4. How can I believe you are not acting on impulse? If I force her to accept your duel with great difficulty, but you are killed, then I will not just lose some strength." Facing Xiao Sharon's doubts, Ding Ning simply looked up and met his gaze. He said, "I have comprehended the heaven-replenishing divine art." Xiao Sharon's body shook slightly and he suddenly looked up. Ding Ning calmly met his disbelieving gaze and nodded. Xiao Sharon frowned slightly and then suddenly laughed. "Such an interesting matter. I will first kill that palace attendant, and then try to kill Liang Lian and break into the great floating water prison. If everything goes well, we can leave Chongling. This is my plan." Returning to the little courtyard in the deepest part of Ink Garden, unlike usual, Ding Ning did not wait for Zhangsun Qianxue to find him. He walked directly to Zhangsun Qianxue's bedroom and said, "Is it really important to kill that palace attendant?" Zhangsun Qianxue did not come out and said coldly, "With the attention of Min Mountain Sword Sect, what I need to do will be more difficult. If I want to do something to escape the eyes and ears of Min Mountain Sword Sect, I must make Min Mountain Sword Sect feel I am strong enough. I do not feel you can kill that palace attendant before Liang Lian leaves Chongling. If I cannot think of it, I cannot do it. If I raise such an idea, Min Mountain Sword Sect will definitely do something for me because I am a disciple of Min Mountain Sword Sect who has comprehended the heaven-replenishing divine art." Ding Ning looked down at the ground and said, "Since you bet Yi Xiling and won, Yi Xiling will start to do something. Since she has operated in Chongling for so long, what she does at the beginning will not be ordinary." There was no sound from the room. "Other than Yi Xiling, we also have the Xie family. Xie Chongxing and Xie Ro will also help me," Ding Ning continued, "so if we think clearly, our revenge will be faster and more hopeful." After saying all this, Ding Ning heard no sound coming from the room. He turned around and left. These were basically useless words in his usual conversations with Zhangsun Qianxue. However, today, he deliberately looked for Zhangsun Qianxue to say these words because he felt that Zhangsun Qianxue seemed to be in low spirit. No matter what, he hoped that Zhangsun Qianxue would be happier. But at this time, he, who understood Zhangsun Qianxue very well, did not know why Zhangsun Qianxue was unhappy. The moment he turned and prepared to return to his room, Zhangsun Qianxue's cool voice sounded. "This is a matter of routine. Previously you had planned everything, but because you were too worried about Lin Zhujiu in the water prison, your mind was in chaos. He lost back then because his mind was in chaos, because he cared too much about the people around him. If you want to succeed in your revenge, do not repeat his mistake." Ding Ning's body stiffened slightly. Zhangsun Qianxue's voice reached his ears. You must be cruel when it comes to revenge. If he did not care about the lives of those people in the past, and planned before acting, he would have gotten revenge long ago. If you do not want me to die, do not care about my life and death, now and in the future. Ding Ning slowly bowed his head. He did not respond and silently walked towards his bedroom. The black astrology bureau carriage slowly passed through the streets of Chongling under many respectful and complicated gazes. In the end, it stopped in front of Yi Xiling's courtyard. When Bai Shanshui passed through the quiet courtyard and sensed the movements inside, a hint of a smile appeared on her clean face. She did not walk towards the bedroom, but slowly walked towards the kitchen at the side. The door to the kitchen was open. Yi Xiling, dressed in white robes, was sitting quietly in front of the stove. You seem to be in a good mood. Yi Xiling did not look back and said coolly. Bai Shanshui smiled slightly and said, While the great rebel is famous, I have always been alone and have no support. Now I am not struggling alone. I suddenly have so many friends who oppose Yuanwu and Jing Xiu. Of course, I am in a good mood. Yi Xiling also smiled. From the side, it was possible to see the dimples on her cheek. It seems that you are in a good mood. Bai Shanshui pulled out a bamboo chair and sat down next to Yi Xiling. She suddenly smelled a thread of medicinal energy coming from the medicine cauldron on the stove in front of her. Her expression suddenly changed and she lost her voice. Yellow rhinoceros horn, ocean glass, turtle dragon pill, sea subduing grass. How do you have so much? Yi Xiling turned his head. Seeing Bai Shanshui pale, he felt proud. Then he looked at Bai Shanshui's trembling chest. He thought of what he had said when he entered Zhao Zhan's courtyard that day. He could not help but tease, overseas women have large chests. I have been overseas for many years, but I cannot compare to Palace Master Bai. These words did not seem to match, but Bai Shanshui suddenly understood. Her eyes narrowed slightly. You have cultivated overseas for many years, fought beasts, killed serpents, and searched for medicine in the sea. You obtained so many spirit medicines, but you did not use them yourself? Yi Xiling smiled proudly. He still did not directly respond to Bai Shanshui's words. He said, If I cultivate too quickly, how can Jing Xiu not worry about me? Bai Shanshui's expression immediately turned solemn. Previously, everyone said that Bureau Chief Yi was a rare cultivation genius in Chongling. I did not think so. I thought that if you received the personal teachings of that person, your cultivation was just so. Just now, I understand that Bureau Chief Yi deliberately controlled your cultivation speed. Seeing Bai Shanshui's seriousness, Bureau Chief Yi shook her head disapprovingly. Other than Yuanwu and Jing Xiu, the true geniuses of the past have all died. This time, Bai Shanshui did not respond to her word. She frowned slightly and said emotionally, You obtained so many spirit medicines in the overseas storm, but you did not use them. Previously, there was no news of the 9-death silkworm. That person seemed to have disappeared in the stories of your Qin dynasty, but you were able to endure. I rarely admire people in my life. Everyone says that Bureau Chief Yi has a small chest and a small mind, but today I truly admire Bureau Chief Yi. Like rain after a long drought, once you receive the news, you are afraid that you are a part of the situation, and will be affected by your emotions and cause problems in your actions. That wine shop youth is his heir, and everything he did before was strategizing, so I naturally bet everything on him. Yi Xiling looked at the boiling medicine cauldron as his smile faded. He said slowly, Since you have seen him today, and you are not as obsessed as me, you must see more clearly than me. Why don't you tell me directly, is there a problem with my actions? Bai Shanshui smiled and said, I gave the Lonely Mountain sword hoard to him. Do you think there is a problem? Yi Xiling stilled. You feel that he has been cautious enough in the past, so you bet everything on him. Bai Shanshui looked at Yi Xiling and said proudly, I bet everything on him because of other reasons. I feel that he has a true personality. When he received the Lonely Mountain Sword Hoard, he was not especially happy. He was always deeply worried, and this worry came from his concern for the safety of others. Yi Sealing was silent for a moment and said, "The reason he failed was because he was not cruel enough. I had not expected his heir to be the same." Bai Shanshui glanced at her. "That is good." Yi Sealing shook his head, but his gaze could not help but land on her chest. He couldn't help but think, this woman did not just have a large chest, but also a large heart. Bai Shanshui seemed to understand the meaning in her gaze. She glared at her and said, "Boil your medicine. If it burns, you will have wasted all these years of effort." Chapter 352. Min Mountain had snow because it was very high. In a green hall near the snow line, Xie Chongqing, wrapped in a thick green blanket, leaned against the window. As he craned his neck to look at the green hall and valley below, he muttered in dissatisfaction, "Such a cold place, don't you feel you can set up a brazier and cook some lamb slices?" A middle-aged Min Mountain Sword Sect cultivator stood behind him. His expression had been unfriendly to start with. Hearing Qin Lai's words, his expression darkened. He said coldly, "If you want to be comfortable and refreshed, why are you staying here and not leaving? There are so many young geniuses attending the trials, those more difficult to heal than you have left, but you are the only one who does not leave." Xie Chongqing turned to look at him and said naturally, "My wounds have not healed. What else can I do here?" Using the pretext of not recovering to stay in Min Mountain Sword Sect, you spend your days looking around to see if you can steal anything. This middle-aged Min Mountain Sword Sect cultivator sneered. "You were not able to enter the top 10 of the Min Mountain Sword trials. Do you not feel ashamed to stay in Min Mountain Sword Sect like this?" "What am I ashamed of? Does anyone feel that my performance in the Min Mountain Sword trials is shameful?" Xie Chongqing turned to look at this Min Mountain Sword Sect cultivator. "Since you feel this place is useful, then it is skill to think of a way to stay for one more day." The middle-aged Min Mountain Sword Sect cultivator frowned slightly, his eyes filled with anger. But before he could speak, Xie Chongqing said disdainfully, "Do not meddle. Gung Rin and the others know my situation. If they wanted to drive me out, I would not be here long ago. How can I stay here like this?" This Min Mountain Sword Sect cultivator was stunned and felt that Xie Chongqing's words were reasonable. While Xie Chongqing seemed to be too shameless, Min Mountain Sword Sect had not given him a chance to formally learn. This did not seem to violate Min Mountain Sword Sect's rules. Thinking of this middle-aged Min Mountain Sword Sect cultivator felt that Sect Master Bailey Sushua had deeper intentions for allowing Xie Chongqing to stay here. His darkness and anger quickly faded. His expression became gentle. He took out a letter from his sleeve and handed it to Xie Chongqing. "Whose letter?" "It's Ding Ning's." "Ding Ning?" Xie Chongqing's eyes suddenly lit up. He took the letter as fast as he could and opened it. After a quick glance, he couldn't help but laugh. "I was only worried that you wouldn't want it. Since you've already mentioned it, isn't it easy? Pen, paper." Then he waved the letter and shouted heroically at the middle-aged Min Mountain Sword Sect cultivator. The middle-aged Min Mountain Sword Sect cultivator, who had a slightly gentler expression, immediately had an ugly expression. This Xie Chongqing was a junior and ordered him around like a servant. For this Min Mountain Sword Sect cultivator, who was somewhat pedantic, this was disgraceful. "What are you staring at? You're not doing anything for me." Xie Chongqing looked at his expression and shouted in discontent. "I am helping your Min Mountain Sword Sect's genius disciple, Ding Ning. Do you not want the Guanzhong Xie family to do all we can to help him?" The middle-aged Min Mountain Sword Sect cultivator stilled. Then his expression grew serious. He nodded and said respectfully, Yes, I will immediately prepare pen and paper. Regardless of what the outside world says about this Xie family youth, it appears that this Xie family youth will not lose against anyone. I wonder if this is formed or if it is a natural inheritance of the Guanzhong Xie family. Yantai Guanjian stood by the window of a green hall opposite Xie Changsheng and could not help but shake his head. The two green halls were very far apart, even separated by a white cloud, but Yantai Guanjian was able to clearly hear the conversation between Xie Changsheng and this middle-aged Min Mountain Sword Sect cultivator. But this Xie family youth's comprehension is only average. I fear that he will not be able to catch up to those people in the future. Yantai Guanjian was an extremely noble cultivator, but inexplicably, he had a good impression of this almost rogue youth. He could not help but sigh softly. There was a young woman in green robes standing next to him. Naturally, it was Jing Liuli. Hearing his sigh, Jing Liuli glanced at him and said calmly, "Chongling has all kinds of people. Cultivators who know how to use the sword are not the only ones who have accomplishment." Yantai Guanjian could not help but laugh. He said, "This idea is different. In the future, you are suited to take over the position of sect master." Take over the position of sect master? Jing Liuli frowned slightly and glanced at Yantai Guanjian. He said, "In reality, I do not understand why master always had the thought of giving up the position of sect master when he was at his peak. I do not know what he means." Yantai Guanjian stilled and was lost in thought. A moment later, he grimaced. "I fear that no one knows what he means. I am going to Ink Garden." Jing Liuli looked away from the green hall, turned around and said slowly. Yantai Guanjian looked strangely at her. "What are you going to Ink Garden for?" Since he proposed to force that palace attendant into a duel, and wrote a letter to Xie Changsheng, this means that he is confident in killing palace attendant Rong, and has already started to plan. Jing Liuli's glassy face reflected the icy light of the cliff. With some indescribable emotion, she said, "Even I do not have the confidence to win an expert like palace attendant Rong in a battle of life and death. A cultivator who just reached Realm 4 has the confidence to quickly kill her." The process of such a leap in strength is a valuable cultivation experience for me. Also, I cannot have someone like him who constantly gives me great pressure. I have to ensure that before successfully forcing palace attendant Rong into a duel with him, he has the ability to kill her. Yantai Guanjian thought carefully. He felt that Jing Liuli's words were correct. The depths of Ink Garden were cold, especially in the small courtyard where Ding Ning and Zhang Sun Qianxue resided. Ding Ning's previous conversation with Zhang Sun Qianxue did not seem to have changed anything. The air in this silent courtyard was especially heavy. Even in the hot summer, there was a hint of coldness. There was only a faint coldness in the courtyard, but in Zhang Sun Qianxue's bedroom, it was like winter. The curtains, the insides of the doors and windows, and even the walls were covered in a thick layer of deep blue frost. A blue-black longsword of extremely deep color that did not seem to belong to the mortal world floated in front of Zhang Sun Qianxue. This sword was extremely cold. The black frost energy that seeped outwards burned in the air like blue-black flames. Each wisp of blue-black energy seemed to contain many icy worlds in the perception of cultivators. The black frost energy on the blue-black longsword floated towards Zhang Sun Qianxue's body. When it came close to Zhang Sun Qianxue's body, it condensed into threads of black lines. Below these black lines, the deep red-black iceworm kept its mouth open and greedily breathed. Its body was covered in a thick layer of ice. Its body was constantly trembling. It gave people the feeling that it could not withstand this kind of cold and was about to be completely frozen. But just as it was about to be frozen, as it was tainted by the thick aura of the ice, its body was changing slightly. Its smooth and soft deep red skin started to be tainted with blue-black color and grew rough. Two small bumps appeared on its round head. Ordinary people could not see these small bumps with the naked eye, but in the perception of cultivators like Zhang Sun Qianxue, they were very clear. Sensing this change, Zhang Sun Qianxue's usually cold mind felt a hint of joy. The 9 Hell King sword was forged from the nether jade of the abyss, and the nether jade was formed from the nether core of a kind of nether fish from the abyss. Even a cultivator of her level could not withstand it when she obtained a suitable method to forge this sword. She needed the help of Ding Ning's dual cultivation. Ordinary creatures, even powerful beasts from other cold realms, would not be able to withstand the energy of the 9 Hell King sword unless they originally had the bloodline of the abyss and belonged to that kind of abyss creature. Just as she had guessed, the black ice worms of Min Mountain Sword sect came from a similar abyss. There was a nether abyss in Min Mountain? Min Mountain or Nether Mountain? Did the coldness of Min Mountain come from the height, or from the cold energy of the nether abyss? As Zhang Sun Qianxue felt joy at the black ice worms' change and strength, she thought of many possibilities. Outside Chongling, on the banks of the Wei River, there were several huts of fishermen next to a wild crossing. This place was located on the river and was very high up. One could clearly see the borders of Chongling and the grand outline of Chongling, but it was outside of Chongling. In one of the huts near the water, a thin woman dressed in ordinary cloth robes was cooking fish soup. There were not many pieces of firewood in the brazier under the pot, but the flames were exceptionally fierce. Each cluster of flames was exceptionally sharp, like small swords. Ordinary but contained powerful swordsmanship. She was Zhao Si, the strongest heir of the Zhao sword furnace, famous in the world. After the battle on the Wei River, she had disappeared, and the world paid less attention to her, because she had lost her life-bond sword. The life-bond sword gathered the life-bond energy of a cultivator. After countless years of nourishment, it was more important than the arms of a cultivator. Once it was lost, its power would decrease greatly. Yet in this moment, Zhao Si, who was silently cooking fish, suddenly shook and looked up into the sky. The flames in the brazier in front of her burned fiercely, lifting the entire cauldron into the air. Chapter 353. After the Battle of the Wei River, she had cut off her connection with her life-bond sword. She naturally thought that her life-bond sword had been destroyed and become a piece of metal that had fallen to an unknown place. Yet, just now, she suddenly came into contact with a thread of her life-bond sword's presence. Cultivators and their life-bond sword had a wondrous connection. Just now, her body resonated with energy, and she sensed the existence of her life-bond sword. However, this feeling only existed for an extremely short moment before she cut it off. A lost life-bond sword resonating again could only mean that her life-bond sword was being controlled by someone else. If it was controlled by someone, the connection between her and her life-bond sword could allow the controller to sense her existence, and even capture her general location. So even though she had an indescribable desire for this life-bond sword, in this moment, she decisively cut off her connection with her sword. The people of the Zhao sword furnace never lacked the courage to cut off their wrists. But for the cultivators of the Zhao sword furnace, their sword was their life. If they lost their sword, as long as it still existed in the world, they had to find it with their own hand. The metal pot floated in the roaring flames. The fish soup inside was immediately dried up, and the meat was burned to charcoal, giving off a noxious smell. Zhao Si did not sense it and looked back at Chongling. Just now, in this moment, she could at least sense that her sword was in Chongling. Deep in the Chongling Imperial Palace, clean light shone softly from the courtyard under the refraction of the crystals. It shone on the spirit lotus pond. The spirit energy was faint and did not seem to belong to the mortal world. Jing Xiu, whose features were so perfect she did not seem to belong to a mortal woman, had an indescribable rhythm in the depths of her eyes. Even the spirit lotuses in front of her seemed to tremble in fear. Her brow furrowed deeply. In her perception, the life-bond sword of the Zhao sword furnace was still floating in the sky, wrapped in the pale white star fire, and being tempered and changed. She was just cultivating normally, and did not purposely use this sword to search for Zhao Ci's existence. She did not want anyone to know that this sword was in her hands, including Zhao Ci. Zhao Ci's reaction was very decisive. So she was not sure if this life-bond sword had formed a connection with Zhao Ci, but she clearly sensed a strange presence. She once again clearly sensed that someone's presence during cultivation had created a subtle disturbance in the primal energies of the universe she came into contact with. The heaven-replenishing divine art had always been the most mysterious and powerful method of Min Mountain Sword sect. She only knew that the heaven-replenishing divine art was powerful, but she did not know the contents of the heaven-replenishing divine art. Also, in the subconscious mind of any cultivator, the heaven-replenishing divine art could not be quickly comprehended. So she had never connected this change to the wine shop youth. She just faintly felt that a cultivator with a unique method had appeared in Chongling. And this cultivator, she was very displeased with him. A letter was sent by Min Mountain Sword Sect and ended up in a room in Chongling's Guanzhong Guild Hall. One of the advisors looked at the old shopkeeper signing and stamping without any hesitation and found it hard to understand. He couldn't help but frown and ask, "Young master, this letter is of great importance." "Head shopkeeper, do you not need to ask old master?" The old shopkeeper was very steady in his work. He was not in a hurry to reply. First, he firmly stamped the card and then took out several red cards. Looking at the slightly burnt end of the red invitation cards, the cautious advisor's expression completely changed. Even his voice changed. "Shopkeeper, old master has specially instructed that young master Ding Ning's matter is the most important matter of the Xie family. So this has nothing to do with young master's intentions." The old shopkeeper motioned for the advisor to grind ink for him and said, "This is old master's intentions. Old master and the Xie family owe him a favor." The advisor was dumbfounded. The old shopkeeper couldn't help but look up and laugh. He said, "While young master did not enter the top 10 in the Min Mountain Sword Trials, he defeated the top talent on the Book of Talents with young master Shun. Even now, he is still able to stay in Min Mountain Sword Sect. Eldest Miss entered the top 10 of the Min Mountain Sword Trials. How many years has it been since anyone in Guanzhong did this? Which of the people who entered Min Mountain Sword Sect before were not disciples of marquises or nephews of generals in the army?" After a pause, the old shopkeeper's smile grew prouder. Which person from Guanzhong is not proud of the Min Mountain Sword Trials this time? This time, the Xie family is requesting them to work together. Which one of them will not help? The advisor took a deep breath and wanted to say something. The old shopkeeper looked at him meaningfully and said slowly, "Business has its own profits and losses. No matter if it's a loss or a profit, what matters in the end is face, reputation, and how many people you've fed. If you can't even repay kindness, how can you continue doing business in the long run? Why should you care about temporary gains and losses?" "You are right," the advisor immediately realized and bowed respectfully. Then he started to grind ink. A carriage with a round black roof slowly moved through the streets of Chongling towards the Zhou family ink garden. Looking at this carriage, even the black-robed astrology bureau officials, who were responsible for guarding along the way, could not understand why someone of Bureau Chief Ye's status would come to Ink Garden twice in just a few days. The black carriage suddenly stopped when it was 100 feet from the gates of Ink Garden. A handsome black-robed official of the astrology bureau quickly walked to the side of the carriage. He bowed deeply to the carriage and reported in an extremely low and fast voice, "Just an hour ago, the Guanzhong Xie family sent a scorched-tail letter asking for help from the large merchant associations of Guanzhong, asking for their help in purchasing the celestial demon vine and wolf poison flower. The celestial demon radish greatly stimulates the minds of cultivators and temporarily increases the flow of their energies. But too much will cause hallucinations. The wolf poison flower is a fire poison. If eaten with too much energy, it is easy to have ulcers and rot. I do not want to listen to this nonsense. Yi Xiling's cold and powerful voice sounded clearly in the carriage. You should know what I want to know. The young astrology bureau official immediately sweated, and said even more respectfully, we only found that Xie Chongsheng sent a letter from Min Mountain Sword Sect. The deeper reason is still being investigated. Go. The words came out of the carriage in an unusually simple manner. The black carriage continued to move towards the gates of Ink Garden. The young astrology bureau official immediately lowered his head and left quickly as though he had been pardoned. No one stopped him. Xiao Sharon, who was still sitting on the bamboo mat, did not even look up. As the black carriage passed through the outer garden and neared Ding Ning's small courtyard, the door curtain silently swung open. Dressed in white robes, Yi Xiling sat silently in the carriage. She looked at the quiet ink garden in front of her with a gaze full of emotion. While he was just an heir, they were going to meet again. Chapter 354. Ding Ning stood at the entrance to the courtyard, waiting for her. In this world, the hardest thing to understand was the human heart. On the stormy summer day last year, Ding Ning had looked at her from afar. Just like Zhao Zhan had seen that day, she still did not fit in with Chongling. Yet he still did not dare to be certain of her feelings. Until Bai Shanshui came with her presence. Yi Xiling quickly saw the figure of the youth in indigo robes, standing at the entrance to the courtyard in the deepest part of Ink Garden. She thought that she would be very excited or moved. Yet she found that she was very calm. She gave a self-deprecating smile, showing two faint dimples. She had waited for too long. Revenge had become her life, and did not seem to have much to do with other people. Also, success or failure could not change what had already happened. Revenge was just for pleasure. Pleasure came from the mind and the process of revenge, from what she wanted to do, and had nothing to do with the result. Seeing Yi Xiling come out of the carriage and walk towards him with a serene expression, Ding Ning's mind suddenly became even calmer and more peaceful. He sensed her pleasure and her clear conscience. Then he thought of what he had done. No matter what the result was, he had a clear conscience. Looking at her white dress, and her beautiful face that was no longer young, Ding Ning could not help but smile. Hello, you are very good. Yi Xiling also smiled. These two simple sentences contained a lot of her emotions. Then she did not waste words. She looked at Ding Ning and asked in a normal tone, an hour ago, the Guanzhong Xie family sent a scorched-tail letter. All the rich families in Guanzhong, and the cultivators who came out of Guanzhong will collect the wolf poison flower and the celestial demon vine. This should be your doing, what do you want to do? Ding Ning looked at her and said in a calm tone, I want to kill that palace attendant. Yi Xiling was not shocked and smiled brighter. How? Ding Ning said, I want to force her to agree to a duel with me. Min Mountain Sword Sect will help me think of a way. With the help of the Astrology Bureau, this matter will be much simpler. Yi Xiling did not even think and said with a smile, this matter is very simple. A palace attendant is also a person, and she has a lover. You know? Ding Ning was slightly surprised. Yi Xiling glanced at him. Palace attendant Rong is not an ordinary person. It is not strange that I know. Then it is even simpler. Ding Ning smiled like he was talking about a trivial matter. I have the 9-death silkworm and the heaven-replenishing divine art. The celestial demon vine and the wolf poison flower can make my energies stronger. With the 9-death silkworm, my cultivation speed will be fast, and I will not be harmed by the poison of these two medicines. The heaven-replenishing divine art can nourish my body and eliminate the negative effects of the 9-death silkworm. The heaven-replenishing divine art is a perfect complement to the 9-death silkworm. So you must enter Min Mountain Sword Sect? Yi Sealing thought of the person who had always wanted to enter Min Mountain Sword Sect but had been rejected. He could not help but shake his head and sigh inside. Also, I have a cultivation method I obtained from White Goat Cave that can be used as a disguise. Ding Ning also sighed and said, the heaven-replenishing divine art is too mysterious. No one outside knows what kind of method the heaven-replenishing divine art is. In Min Mountain Sword Sect, even if they are shocked at my cultivation speed, they will only think that it is a problem with the 3 Corpses Non-Self-Consciousness Sutra that I accidentally obtained from White Goat Cave. It is fine if you do not kill, but if you do, you kill Zheng Xiu's people. In the last decade of Chongling, it has always been her who wants to kill people, but no one dares to kill her people. Yi Sealing sneered and said, what next? Next, we will kill Liang Lian, and then break into the great floating water prison. Ding Ning looked at her, put away his smile and said seriously, then we will leave Chongling. Then we will enter Realm 8. Then we will kill our way back. Ding Ning looked up at her bright eyes and said slowly, this is my entire plan. Yi Sealing laughed and said, it sounds like a beautiful plan. Ding Ning said, I hope it is very beautiful. I hope it is very beautiful. Yi Sealing repeated with a smile. Then she took out a white jade bottle from her sleeve. The white jade bottle carried the warmth of her body. It was filled with a black golden medicinal liquid so thick it looked like it would solidify. My plan is similar to your plan. Looking at Ding Ning, she said slowly with a thread of satisfaction, with the Xie family covering for you, no one will think that your sudden increase in cultivation is related to me. After all, there are more people keeping an eye on me than on you. After a pause, Yi Sealing looked at Ding Ning and said, I will try to do as little as possible for you because as long as I do something, there may be traces left behind. People may detect our connection. Ding Ning was silent for a moment and said, I understand. Then we will meet again. Yi Sealing sneered and turned to walk towards the black carriage, not far behind her. Even from the side, one could clearly see the 2 beautiful dimples on her face. Goodbye. Ding Ning looked at her back and said softly. She did not ask him about the inheritance, where and when it came from. He also did not ask her why she did not appear where she should have been in the past. Everything had a reason. The past was not important. What was important was the beautiful future they hoped for. He held the small but heavy white jade bottle in his hand and walked back to his bedroom. Then he simply poured all the medicinal liquid in the white jade bottle into his mouth. A rumbling sound came from his body. The medicinal concoction was like countless stars shooting out from his body, carrying with it a terrifying power. But at the same time, countless silkworms came out of his body and surged towards these flying stars. Countless star-like drops of medicinal juice were continuously consumed by the silkworms. Then, these silkworms fed back an astonishing amount of qi, which passed through his meridians and gathered in his energy sea, becoming more and more condensed vital essence. His mind and consciousness seemed to merge with his vital energy. The two seemed to merge into one. Stars seemed to flash in his vital energy. His cultivation was rising at an astounding rate. At this speed, he feared that in less than a day, he would be able to go from Realm 4 not long ago to Realm 4 second-class cultivation in the cultivation world. At this time, Ding Ning was certain that when he passed Realm 4 second class, there was still a large amount of medicinal energy in his body that flew like stars. This kind of cultivation increase was too simple. But this was the accumulation of Yi Sealing's more than a decade of life and death battles overseas. It was simple, but how could it be simple? Chapter 355. Time gradually passed. Day and night changed. Chongling had entered its hottest season. The little courtyard in the deepest part of Ink Garden was silent. It was clearly daytime, but the light of countless stars, or rather, the energies of the universe that had fallen from an unimaginable distance, were condensed into sticky essence by an invisible power. In the end, they flowed along some fixed paths and entered Ding Ning's body at a constant speed. Ding Ning's body emitted billowing hot air, and even formed billowing colorful clouds behind him, just like the saints in the legends. His skin seemed to turn to jade and gave off a glossy light. What was most frightening were the rustling sounds coming from his body like countless silkworms gnawing on mulberry leaves. The primal energies of the universe that gathered into his vital energy from the surroundings had completely merged with his vital energy. In his perception, the vital energy flowing through his body was like a silver liquid, translucent as it passed through his meridians. The stronger and more condensed vital energy was constantly changing his body, including his perception. In reality, it was not that the invisible mental power was strengthened in the short term, but as the primal energies of the universe were absorbed, it was like a person traveling in the darkness holding a torch that grew brighter and could see more places. Seeing was knowing. The vital energy that had rejected the primal energies of the universe outside his body started to perfectly merge with the primal energies of the universe inside his body. This meant that he had truly crossed Realm 4 second class. When the vital energy was stronger, it could store in the seal scripts for a long time without dissipating. With a thought, one could move the vital energy to flow through the seal scripts and drive the sword. This was the next Realm 5. For ordinary cultivators, it would take many years or even half a lifetime to cross from Realm 4 second class to Realm 5. But Ding Ning only used a fraction of a summer to complete this process. Amidst the chirping of the cicadas, a young woman dressed in plain robes and carrying a long sword slowly walked out of an alley facing Ink Garden. Her body was very light, and she made no sound when she walked like a cat, so she did not attract much attention. But when Xiao Sharon, who was sitting cross-legged on the mat, raised his head, he was stunned. The young girl nodded at Xiao Sharon from a distance, and then passed through the open gates of Ink Garden, walking straight into the depths of Ink Garden. Her cultivation and age naturally couldn't surpass Xiao Sharon's, so she was naturally Xiao Sharon's junior. In all of Chongling, the only person who could have such presence in front of Xiao Sharon could only be the next sect master of Min Mountain Sword Sect, Jing Liuli, one of the two strongest monsters in Chongling. Because the other party was someone who was valued by her master just as much as she was, and she respected the other party greatly, Jing Liuli released some aura that she would not normally release before approaching the small courtyard. A gust of cool wind blew in front of her, and many cool crystal lights appeared in the clear sky. Like tiny water droplets, they reflected and refracted the colors of the sunlight, forming a small but beautiful rainbow. Ding Ning had sensed her arrival long ago, but after she slowly released her aura, he pushed open the door and walked out of his bedroom. He walked out of the small courtyard to greet this young girl who, if not unexpected, would be the next sect master of Min Mountain Sword Sect. Seeing Ding Ning appear in her sight, Jing Liuli, who had a hint of arrogance and coldness on her face, also nodded in greeting. Ding Ning bowed in return and asked, "Why have you come? If there is a letter to send, there will be a reply. Your friend Xie Chongxing prepared a reply letter and some things for you. I brought them over." Jing Liuli looked at Ding Ning and said, "At the same time, I came to learn from you." Ding Ning stilled and couldn't help but laugh. He said, "What qualifications do I have for you to learn from me?" Jing Liuli glanced at Ding Ning and said gravely, "I do not have such ability to go from Realm 4 to Realm 4 second class in such a short time." Ding Ning's expression immediately grew serious and he frowned slightly. "What method do you cultivate that you can sense the true progress of cultivation?" Jing Liuli did not evade and said directly, I cultivate the cold mountain snow. Ding Ning raised an eyebrow, but before he could speak, Jing Liuli added, My sword is the snow reflection sword. If it was someone else, they would not be able to understand the meaning of her words, but Ding Ning understood. Being able to see the true cultivation of others, especially vital energy, is the key to defeating the enemy. He glanced at Jing Liuli and said calmly, In reality, other than cultivation, I also need to learn some other things from you. Jing Liuli looked at Ding Ning and said coldly, Master thinks that I am too simple. Too simple, I am not qualified for the position of sect master. Looking at Jing Liuli's presence as a sect master, and then at Jing Liuli's solemn expression, and hearing her speak of simplicity, Ding Ning could not help but laugh. Do not find it funny. Jing Liuli frowned slightly and said gravely, For example, in the matter of killing palace attendant Rong, I need to learn from you. Min Mountain Sword Sect has a rebellious disciple. Min Mountain Sword Sect wants to clean out the sect, but he holds an important position in court and is highly valued. If we kill him, my master will have a hard time explaining to the Yuanwu Emperor. Also, that person is very shameless and lives in seclusion. He does not accept any cultivator's invitation to duel. Even if I want to publicly challenge him, he will not accept. If I want to kill him, it will be the same situation as if you want to kill that palace attendant. Sect Uncle Xiao gave you a suggestion, and you immediately felt that the suggestion was feasible and could do it with great confidence. Then I can learn from you and see how you do it. Ding Ning looked at this serious and stern young woman and grew silent. The next sect master of Min Mountain Sword Sect was the responsibility that Bailey Sushua had given to this young woman. People who dared to take on the responsibility usually had the spirit of sacrifice. This is Xie Chongqing's letter, and the things he asked me to bring to you. Jing Liuli took something out of her sleeve and handed it to Ding Ning. She said with slight disdain, The Xie family even sent a scorched-tail letter for you. What he gives you is not very useful. The things in Ding Ning's hands were very simple. A sealed ordinary letter, a fiery red pearl that flashed with light, and a small seal carved from a golden shell. Ding Ning calmly opened the letter. The writing inside was very messy, but the person who wrote it clearly worked hard and cheerfully. The brush moved quickly and with great force. The writing was also very simple. I have already arranged for the matter you mentioned. You can do things with money. Take my seal and go to any business of the Xie family to withdraw money. If they are stingy, you can pawn my night fire pearl. That was left to me by my grandmother. Let's see if they will spend a lot of money to buy it back. Ding Ning did not deliberately conceal it. Jing Liuli did not deliberately avoid it, so she saw most of the writing on the letter. She immediately sneered and said disdainfully, A rich playboy is a rich playboy, exuding the aura of wealth at any time and place. Ding Ning did not directly respond. He looked calmly at her and said, You should have heard the story of the Pillars of Chongling? Jing Liuli frowned and said, What Pillars of Chongling? Even you have never heard of it. Many things worthy of respect were destroyed like this. Ding Ning shook his head and looked at the distant sky of Chongling. He said slowly, In the past, official Shang abandoned the laws and changed the system. Almost no one believed the things he said. He found a piece of wood that was easy to erect and issued a reward. He said that anyone who could erect that piece of wood would receive 1,000 pieces of gold. At the beginning, no one tried because they felt there was a trap. Later, someone tried and easily erected it. Official Shang really rewarded them with 1,000 pieces of gold. After that, everyone knew that official Shang was a man of his words and the new system was quickly implemented. Jing Liuli's expression grew solemn and she did not speak. Ding Ning glanced at her and said, The other aspect of this matter is that there will be brave people when there is a great reward. Also, we cultivators do not care about money, but most people in Chongling who rely on money to live care. Jing Liuli's frown slowly relaxed. So you mean that money is very useful if a person is good at using money, it is also a kind of ability? Ding Ning nodded, smiled and said, Xie Chongxing is the best example. He values money the most, but at the same time he values money the least. He squanders money like it is water. But he can win many things like the help of others, retainers, and friends. Jing Liuli thought of how that person had shamelessly stayed in Min Mountain Sword Sect and found it hard to have a good impression. Her gaze darkened. So large amounts of money are very useful for you to deal with that palace attendant? Ding Ning took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He said seriously, Everything is ready? Jing Liuli's eyes narrowed slightly, and a sharp light shone out of her eyes. Then what do you prepare to do? Ding Ning turned to look at the high wall of ink garden that he had destroyed. Many residences had been built there, and the people who lived there were the neighbors of Falling Parasol. He said slowly in somewhat crude but honest words, in a person's life, the most basic is eating, drinking, defecating, clothing, food, shelter, and transportation. Chapter 356. Jing Liuli was puzzled. But thinking that Ding Ning would do this in front of her, she did not think more. She said slowly, While I do not know what past you have with the Xie family, Xie Chongxing fears that the Xie family will not dare to pay more. He worries too much. The Xie family's scorched tail letter is a letter of gratitude. They want all the Guanzhong people who have received the Xie family's favor to help. They will not be stingy with money. He worries too much, but at least he values friendship more than anything else. Ding Ning looked at the fiery red pearl in his hand and said seriously, This is one of his most shining qualities. Jing Liuli frowned slightly. Thinking of that person's performance from the Min Mountain Sword trials to now, she felt that Ding Ning's words were not unreasonable. Ding Ning smiled inexplicably. He looked at Jing Liuli, who was dressed in the most ordinary robes, and asked, Why are you not wearing the robes of Min Mountain Sword Sect? If I wear the robes of Min Mountain Sword Sect, people will easily guess who I am. Not because of my cultivation, but because of my identity. Not many people dare to provoke me. If I attract too much attention, it will be inconvenient to do things. Jing Liuli glanced at Ding Ning and said, Also, no one will complain about having too much true battle experience. Ding Ning laughed again. In a place like Chongling, it is easy to cause trouble and fight. As long as you do not dislike me for using you then. Jing Liuli raised an eyebrow and her expression grew serious. Since I am learning from you, I will be your student in this period of time. Naturally, I will do whatever you want me to do. Ding Ning thought and said, You can help me dig soil and plant flowers? Jing Liuli glanced at him and asked crisply, Where do I dig, and what flowers do I plant? Ding Ning looked at her and smiled. He said, Your sword is too eye-catching and too sharp. You have to put it away. If he was too casual, he would not attract attention. No one would have thought that a genius like Jing Liuli, who was extremely important to the future of Min Mountain Sword Sect, would enter Chongling alone without a carriage or an accompanying teacher. In the information of everyone, especially the truly important people of Chongling, Jing Liuli was always accompanied by Yantai Guanjian, the fastest of Min Mountain Sword Sect. In their view, Tantai Guanjian was always by Jing Liuli's side, not to teach but to protect. Jing Liuli had her own means of concealing her whereabouts. So even people like Palace Attendant Rong, who had eyes in many corners of Chongling, did not know that Jing Liuli had left Min Mountain Sword Sect and entered the Zhou family ink garden alone. Palace Attendant Rong's daily life was not as monotonous as that of ordinary palace attendants. From a certain point of view, she was like a shadow of Empress Jingxiu, a lone will that moved through Chongling. She needed to frequently enter the imperial palace. Sometimes, she even had to go to Jiaodong Commandery to take care of some relatively secret matters. So she was not in the palace most of the time. She usually lived in Sky Radish Alley in the south of the city. Most of the people living in the alley were the family members of the palace. Her courtyard couldn't be considered large, but it was in the best location in this alley. Not far from her courtyard was a living spring, and the courtyard she resided in was the first residence to reach the upper reaches of a clear stream formed by this living spring. Her attendants had served her for many years and knew the preferences of this important person of the palace. She knew that this important person of the palace liked iced drinks after waking up early in the morning. So in the hot summer mornings, she would go and get some spring water to make lotus seed soup or mung bean soup to calm the heart, and then add some ice to cool it down. In the summer, after washing up early, she would drink a bowl of iced drink and then eat some fruits and vegetables. This was Palace Attendant Rong's habit for many years. The habit became second nature. Before the sun rose, Palace Attendant Rong meticulously washed up and walked into the courtyard. She sat under the grapevines and lifted the bamboo cover covering the breakfast. When her hand touched the bowl of clear mung bean soup, her brows unconsciously furrowed. Without waiting for her to speak, the originally worried servant girl reported in a low voice, "What a coincidence! The Li Ji ice house in the southern part of the city has closed, and the ice house in the western part of the city that is further away has sold out, so the ice used for the ice is hard to find." When a habit became natural, it would cause people to feel uncomfortable when it was broken. Also, Palace Attendant Rong knew what it meant for an ice house that could supply many wealthy families for a summer to be sold out. It was too easy for her to connect this to the Guangzhong Xie family's scorched tail letter. Spending so much just so I can't drink a bowl of iced mung bean soup? There was no anger on her glowing porcelain face. As she slowly picked up the bowl of mung bean soup that had been cooled with spring water, a scornful smile appeared at the corners of her mouth. The heads of these Guangzhong people are interesting. A bowl of iced mung bean soup could at most make her unhappy for a while. In her view, it would not affect anything. Yet, just as she spoke scornfully and picked up the bowl of mung bean soup to drink, her nose moved slightly and her brow furrowed. "What is this smell? Why is it so smelly?" The maidservant beside her subconsciously covered her mouth and nose and said in a muffled voice of disgust. Many curses came out of this quiet alley and the sound of doors being pushed open. Palace Attendant Rong was a powerful cultivator, so she did not need to go out to know what had happened. Multiple caravans were passing through the nearby alleys. The alley the caravan was passing through was located upwind. The caravan was transporting ordinary goods. But due to the hot weather, these horses naturally gave off an unpleasant smell. More of the stench came from the dung bags behind each horse. The smell of the horse dung in the dung bag seemed to have caused the grapes growing on the grape trellis in the courtyard to smell like fermentation. It made people unconsciously feel that their bodies were starting to smell like they had been soaked in overnight rice and turned rancid. When Palace Attendant Rong heard more curses, her gaze darkened and her expression grew ugly. Those people who pushed open the doors to negotiate with the caravan would not have any result. Because those caravans didn't have any problems, even the stinking dung bags were a necessity in the city. The purpose of the dung bags hanging behind each horse was to hold the horse dung that the horses spat out during their journey, to prevent the horse dung from randomly scattering on the street. The streets the caravan passed through were the caravan's normal path. The residents of the surrounding alleys had no reason to stop the caravan's advance. But even more importantly, there would not be many caravans passing through here at this time. The most important thing was that the feces excreted by the horses were exceptionally smelly. It was obvious that they had eaten some special fodder. To be able to boldly buy all the ice in an ice house, they naturally could have caravans pass through here from time to time. These were naturally just shameless little tricks that affected her mood. Yet, not long after the Xie family sent out the scorched tail letter, such things started to happen. This meant that all of these actions were targeted at her. After a long moment of silence, she looked up and stopped the attendants who were preparing to go out and argue with the caravan. She had the attendants prepare the carriage. Since the Empress had personally promised her safety, she knew that as long as she did not agree to the duel with Ding Ning, she did not have to consider her safety. She knew that if these Guanzhong people became shameless, they would have many unimaginable moves. Even if she solved the present problem, there would be more new problems. Since they did not want her to peacefully eat breakfast here, she would change places. Chongling was so large. Could these Guanzhong guests fill it up with caravans? She walked out of the courtyard and boarded the carriage. Nothing unexpected happened. The carriage left this smelly alley and started to move towards some secluded alleys. There were many elegant eateries in this small alley. However, before her carriage had even officially entered this alley, a man wearing a short gown, looking rather straightforward, had already passed by one shop after another. At the same time, he paid the shop owners the equivalent of several days' worth of profits, only for these shops to close today and not do any business. Some of the customers who dined in these shops also received generous compensation, and they were all very happy. The only unhappy one was this palace attendant Rong. When her carriage entered the alleyway, it had become even quieter. Almost all the shops had closed. She was like a plague. All the places she passed seemed to have become dead zones. The sunlight was strong and the heat was tempting. When the carriage driver started to feel at a loss, she said after a moment of silence, "Go to Happiness Tower." Happiness was on her face. Happiness Tower was one of the most famous restaurants in Chongling, and that restaurant belonged to Jiaodong Commandery. She did not believe those people from Guanzhong could stop her from drinking in this restaurant. The carriage driver was very familiar with the location of the restaurant. The carriage wheels seemed to become light again. When they passed a stone bridge not far from the restaurant, the wheels jumped up slightly as though they were about to fly. But at this time, palace attendant Rong, who had calmed down in the carriage, suddenly looked up. She heard the sound of hooves. The places she had passed before were like dead streets swept by a plague. But at this time, the streets she was passing through suddenly became very busy. Many horse caravans appeared in the surrounding alleys. These caravans seemed to be in a hurry to get on the road. Therefore, in the next short period of time, the road around her carriage was completely congested. Countless noises could be heard from the horse caravan. Each horse had a sack of dung behind them. The dung in the sacks gave off a pungent smell. She seemed to be in a dung heap. At this time, she seemed to sense something and looked out through the cracks in the curtains. That was Happiness Tower. There was a youth in ordinary robes standing behind the railing. He looked at her coolly like he was looking at the scenery. He held a bowl of iced soup covered in condensed water droplets. Chapter 357. Most of the young talents of Chongling did not dare to look down at her like this, much less that bowl of iced drink. So this youth could only be Ding Ning. Palace attendant Rong narrowed her eyes slightly. She looked for a few breaths and then got off the carriage. She was a powerful cultivator. The horse caravan blocking her carriage could not stop her from moving forward. She appeared to be strolling, but she was like a breeze. She easily walked out of the clogged horse caravan and walked towards Happiness Tower without a speck of dust. Perhaps it was because she was intentionally showing off her cultivation, but a lustrous ball of light even appeared around her body. Not only did it isolate the filthy stench, but it also isolated the heat of the summer. No one stopped her. She went up the tower until she was behind Ding Ning. There was wind at the top, and the horse caravan slowly dispersed after she left the carriage. There was no longer any stench. Ding Ning did not immediately turn around. Her gaze first landed on Ding Ning's back, and then on the bowl of iced drink in Ding Ning's hand. A scornful sneer appeared at the corners of her mouth. She slowly said, as expected, "It is a bowl of iced mung bean soup." Ding Ning did not look at her. He slowly drank the bowl of iced mung bean soup, and then allowed the bowl to fall down the stairs with a crisp crack. As Palace Attendant Rong's eyebrows rose slightly, he turned around and looked calmly at Palace Attendant Rong. He said, "Even if it is made by Happiness Tower, the taste is not very good." Palace Attendant Rong did not show any anger. She looked calmly at Ding Ning and said, "If you just want to vent your anger, you do not need to go through so much trouble. If you really want me to apologize, I can never drink this iced mung bean soup. The person is dead. What is the use in apologizing?" Ding Ning looked at her and shook his head. He said coolly, "I am not like senior sect brother Zhang Yi. I am more realistic. The so-called glory is true glory when people can see it. In the end, I just want the old man to be happy. What is the meaning in a grand funeral now? The old man tolerated and gave in his entire life. His final wish was to watch the entire sword trials. But you even want to cruelly deprive him of his last bit of time. You are just a palace maid." Ding Ning smiled and said seriously to Palace Attendant Rong, "You think I just want to vent my anger?" Palace Attendant Rong's gaze turned cold. "You are just a palace attendant." She had heard Ding Ning say this during the Min Mountain sword trials. But when she heard Ding Ning say it this time, she had a completely different feeling. "You want to force me to fight you and then kill me?" She was silent for a moment, then raised her head and looked coldly at Ding Ning, saying, "I will not agree to your request for a duel." "It is not that I feel you have enough power to kill me, but I will not go against the Empress' decree," Palace Attendant Rong slowly said. "You have proven after the Min Mountain sword trials that you are a genius on par with Jing Liuli and Anbaosher. In the future, you will be a pillar of the Qin dynasty. So even if I can kill you now, I will not act. As long as the Empress appreciates you, I will not accept your request for a duel." Ding Ning smiled and said, "I heard you have a cat with slightly blue fur. It is very rare and very obedient. Just an external object. If you like it, I will send it to Ink Garden today for you to do as you please." Palace Attendant Rong smiled coldly and shook her head. She said, "What you do is of no use to me. I can return to the palace, even if I stay for a long time. Your tactics cannot be used in the imperial palace. Also, the major families of Guanzhong cannot help you without limit." Ding Ning put away his smile and looked at her. He said, "What is most annoying about you is that you are too confident and superior. Even if you apologize, you do not have any sincerity. Even if you were given a chance to do it again, you would still do the same thing. If I do not kill you, I will not be happy. My eldest sect brother who was forced away by you will not be happy. My junior sect brother Shun Yi will not be happy." Palace Attendant Rong's gaze grew colder. But before she could say anything, a shout came from the nearby street, and then there was the thunderous sound of hooves. In the blink of an eye, a galloping horse with red eyes charged down a long alley. With a loud bang, this mad galloping horse collided with the horse pulling the carriage in front of Palace Attendant Rong's carriage. When the two collided, the two galloping horses spilled blood, and their brains splattered on the ground. The carriage driver who was driving the carriage for Palace Attendant Rong paled and gave a shout. He was almost thrown out of the carriage. The rider of the galloping horse flipped and landed on the ground. Then he bowed apologetically to the carriage driver and said, "The horse was frightened and caused such a disaster. I will compensate." Naturally, this was not a coincidental accident. Ding Ning did not disguise it. Looking at the bloody scene of blood and brains flying, he looked calmly at Palace Attendant Rong and said, "We cannot be happy, so we will not give you happiness. As long as you do not fight me, such things will happen. You will not even have a carriage in Chongling. You can only walk back to the imperial palace on your own." Fortunately, it is not too far to walk. Palace attendant Rong's gaze turned completely cold. She said, "So what you are most unhappy about is the departure of your eldest sect brother Zhang Yi. You have to understand, any cultivator in Chongling must listen to the decrees of the entire Qin dynasty. You are all citizens of the Qin dynasty. As you cultivate to become stronger, you must clearly understand who you are working for. Otherwise, no matter how talented you are in cultivation, you are seeking your own death. You think too highly of yourself?" Ding Ning looked at Palace Attendant Rong and said slowly in a calm manner that could easily drive people crazy, "You are just a palace attendant. In the eyes of most people in Chongling, I have absolute reason to challenge you. I have been in Chongling for decades, experienced countless things, and seen all kinds of storms. I want to see what methods you have to force me to accept your challenge. Also, since you want to make trouble for me, I will naturally make trouble for you. This is a very fair matter." Palace Attendant Rong did not speak and turned to leave. "It appears that she does not fear your threat." When Palace Attendant Rong's figure disappeared from the street, Jing Liuli, dressed in plain robes, appeared behind Ding Ning and said sternly as he looked in the direction Palace Attendant Rong had disappeared. Ding Ning nodded and said, "Of course, she will not be afraid of these tactics. But as time passes, her mentality will change. She will start to feel conflicted that she should have agreed to fight with me earlier. In the end, this conflict and anger will easily cause her mentality to lose balance." Jing Liuli was slightly puzzled and said, "Why will her mentality change and conflict that she should have agreed to fight with you earlier?" Ding Ning smiled and said, "Because she will find that my cultivation is constantly increasing. My cultivation is quickly growing stronger." Jing Liuli's eyes lit up slightly. She seemed to understand Ding Ning's meaning. Ding Ning glanced at her and said, "What I need to do next is to let her know that my cultivation is quickly growing at a terrifying rate." After a pause, Ding Ning smiled and said, "Fortunately, she also said she would make trouble for me. I need to let her know that my cultivation is growing quickly, so there is no need to be so deliberate." Jing Liuli nodded and asked humbly, "Then what about her old lover?" Ding Ning said, "That is the straw that breaks the camel's back, so do not touch him for now. This will encourage her to meet him more and obtain more comfort from him." Jing Liuli thought carefully for a moment and said, "I understand. Let's go to her residence," Ding Ning said and started to go downstairs. Jing Liuli followed behind him and asked softly, "What are we going to do?" Ding Ning said, "To get her cat." Jing Liuli frowned slightly and was slightly puzzled. Ding Ning turned to look at her and said, "There are some things that the enemy doesn't seem to care about, but it doesn't mean that they really don't care. And even if they really don't care, when you take away their things one by one, they will still feel a little uncomfortable." Jing Liuli's brows relaxed and she nodded. "Are we going to kill her cat? Why would we kill it?" "Just take care of it." Ding Ning smiled. Being uncomfortable for a long time is naturally more uncomfortable than being uncomfortable for a short while. Jing Liuli thought for a moment and said, "Then why don't we get her old lover to fall in love with someone else?" Ding Ning laughed involuntarily and said, "Fall in love with someone else? Don't tell me you want her old lover to fall in love with you?" Jing Liuli said seriously, "If it works, I can give it a try." Ding Ning looked at her serious expression and then looked at her immature but dignified aura. His smile became brighter. "Forget it. I don't think that person has such good taste. Kill the cat in my house." In a place where he and Jing Liuli could not see, a middle-aged man in yellow robes appeared in front of Palace Attendant Rong, who was walking alone. Palace Attendant Rong walked past him and said softly and coldly, Chapter 358. Ding Ning and Jing Liuli walked down Joy Tower and boarded a prepared carriage. Ding Ning sat in the carriage. Jing Liuli sat at the front of the carriage and started to drive. She had left Min Mountain Sword Sect to learn from Ding Ning. In this period of time, she thought of herself as Ding Ning's student. Since her attitude was like this, she appeared very natural when she did these things. While she had the same appearance at the Min Mountain Sword Trials and did not disguise herself, very few people had seen her during the trials. Also, the naturalness of her driving for Ding Ning became the best disguise for her identity. No one would have thought that the next master of Min Mountain Sword Sect, the legendary genius Jing Liuli, would drive for Ding Ning. Along the way, anyone who looked at this carriage intentionally or otherwise thought that this simple young woman was the attendant that Wang Taishu had arranged for Ding Ning, or one of Ding Ning's junior sect sisters in White Goat Cave. Jing Liuli was not familiar with the streets of Chongling, but Ding Ning knew them like the back of his hand. As she listened to Ding Ning's directions and Ding Ning's introduction of these streets, she couldn't help but frown slightly. She thought, if she fought with Ding Ning in the streets of Chongling, she would be slightly weaker than him and lose the geographical advantage. Seeing her frown and sensing the change in her presence, Ding Ning knew that she was thinking about cultivation. So he couldn't help but say softly with emotion, "Only those who are obsessed can reach the peak. You were born obsessed with cultivation, and everything you see is cultivation. Even if your talent is not as good as it is now, it will not be something ordinary people can reach. But I still fear that I will not be able to catch up to you in the future." Jing Liuli responded calmly. When she said this, she didn't raise her head, only calmly looking at the road ahead. However, when she said this, she suddenly raised her head. Thunder rumbled on the stone path ahead. A horse was pulling a carriage, and it was galloping towards the carriage that she and Ding Ning were in. The carriage wasn't carrying an ordinary carriage, but several buckets of dung. For cultivators, there was enough time to react between hearing the sound and the actual impact. Jing Liuli's eyes narrowed slightly. Behind her, Ding Ning said softly, "Palace attendant Rong's methods?" Jing Liuli raised her eyebrows slightly. Ding Ning continued, "Stop the carriage, otherwise the feces will spill all over the ground. Our carriage will also stink when it passes by." Just as this voice rang out, a gust of wind blew past Jing Liuli's body. The carriage was already slightly lighter, and Ding Ning's figure had already gently floated out of the carriage. Jing Liuli naturally thought that Ding Ning was right. But until Ding Ning flashed past her, she had not thought of how to deal with this. It was easy to kill a horse, and it was easy to separate the horse from the body of the carriage. However, looking at the shaky appearance of the dung bucket, it was extremely difficult to prevent the heavy horse and the carriage from overturning no matter what method was used. In this moment, Ding Ning attacked. The people on the two sides of the road moved out of the way. They looked chaotic, but in reality, there were many pairs of eyes looking solemnly at Ding Ning's performance. When Ding Ning attacked, these calm and cold eyes were filled with shock and incomprehension. Ding Ning stabbed forward with the last flower remnant sword in his hand. Countless fine white flowers bloomed on the blade. Then the front of the sword split into countless fine threads. These tiny sword threads flew out like white hairs, each of them still blooming with fine white flowers. There were many beautiful flowers flying in the air, each blooming with unique primal energies of the universe. This was not just a pure vital energy presence. Vital energy had perfectly absorbed some primal energies of the universe. This was at least the middle level of Realm 4 energy fusion. How many days had passed since the Min Mountain Sword Trials? At the time, Ding Ning had just entered Realm 4, and he had been seriously injured during the Min Mountain Sword Trials. Now, his injuries had healed, and his vital energy cultivation was Realm 4 second class. How was this possible? But this was not the only thing that shocked and puzzled them. When the sword threads of the last flower remnant sword in Ding Ning's hand spread out, a glowing stream of water flowed out from the front of each thread. Each sword thread seemed to become a willow branch in a pond. Then when the wind blew, they sprayed out glowing streams of water. Countless streams of water pierced into the body of the mad steed. The steed was still galloping forward, but its momentum was becoming slower and slower. Ding Ning swung his sword. At the same time, the horse almost stopped, its hooves powerlessly falling forward. Ding Ning's sword light cut through the reins, belts, shafts, and everything else that could be connected to the carriage. Just like that, he cut them in half. The horse fell to the ground. The carriage behind it swayed slightly, and then completely stilled after Ding Ning's sword slapped down. Jing Liuli had stopped the carriage long ago. Her carriage was dozens of feet away from the horse and the dung carriage behind it. It is not easy to raise a horse, and it is not its fault. Since you have the ability to stop the carriage, why kill the horse as well? She asked softly but seriously. Ding Ning turned and walked back to the carriage. He said, "It has been fed the crimson stone powder. It cannot live. It will only increase its pain." Jing Liuli's brow furrowed deeply. "You can make so many judgments in an instant. I should learn from you." Ding Ning looked calmly at her. He pointed at an alley next to the carriage and said, "Go there. Go around this section. It will not waste much time." Jing Liuli's expression was stern, but at least she appeared calm. She did not say anything else and obediently drove into the alley. A fresh and sweet fragrance entered her nose. There were many gardenias planted on the two sides of the alley. The snow-white flowers were blooming beautifully. Thinking of the distance just now the horse had fallen, Jing Liuli knew that Ding Ning had deliberately controlled it. She took a deep breath and said, "Even if just now I can think of a sword move as quickly as you, in terms of the use of sword moves, I am still not as good as you. In my view, sword moves only need to be used well. There is no need to care about absolute perfection." Ding Ning looked at her back and said seriously, "There is no absolute perfection in the world. Also, opponents cannot have an absolutely perfect response." Just right, but not absolute perfection? Jing Liuli pondered the meaning of these words. Her brow unconsciously furrowed deeper. She felt the truth in these words deeper and deeper. The carriage gradually moved away from the eyes that were staring at Ding Ning. However, the shock in those eyes was still expanding. Terrifying when one thought about it. This was what these people were feeling right now. Other than Realm 4 second-class cultivation, the first move was Cloud Water Palace's 1000 Water Coil. This move originally needed many preludes to be used. It was a sword move similar to a sword formation. Yet Ding Ning just used the last flower sword's characteristics to use this move. This kind of execution was not just an excellent performance of a sword move, but a kind of innovation. Other than this move, the next move was a break and a slap. His control of power was just right. To be able to use sword moves to such a level, this was more terrifying than just the improvement of vital energy. A Realm 4 second class challenging a Realm 6. This seemed to be an act of seeking death. Yet inexplicably, many of these people started to worry about Palace Attendant Rong's safety. The flower-scented alley was very quiet and washed away all murderousness. There were very few pedestrians, but Jing Liuli's hand instinctively fell to her side. That was where the hilt of her sword should have been, but at this moment, she touched nothing but air. Her sword was not there. Never have any habitual behavior. Especially when using the sword, any habitual behavior is a fatal weakness. Looking at Jing Liuli, who had realized some problems, Ding Ning said calmly. His and Jing Liuli's gazes landed on a porter by a well at the entrance of the alley. That porter looked normal, just using cold water to wipe his body. But Jing Liuli and he knew at the same time that this person was not an ordinary porter. There is something wrong with the way he is holding the cloth. Jing Liuli nodded slightly to show that she had learned. At the same time, she turned to ask Ding Ning, "How did you see? The wear on his carrying pole does not match his figure." Ding Ning glanced at her and said, "There are many porters in falling parasol. His shoulders cannot wear out the kind of wear on his carrying pole." So this was what it meant to see the unusual in the ordinary? Thinking of the progress Zhang Yi had made in the ordinary wells, Jing Liuli was thoughtful. "He has no murderous intent," Ding Ning said softly. "Let's just go through normally." Jing Liuli was puzzled. Any cultivator who wanted to ambush, especially an assassin, would hide their murderous intent. Why was Ding Ning so sure that the other had no true murderous intent right now? At this time, a soft and condensed voice reached her and Ding Ning's ears. "Palace attendant Rong rarely has weaknesses. What you have seen is not her weakness." Chapter 359. This voice naturally came from the cultivator who looked like a porter. However, looking at his appearance, he was still wiping sweat, as if he wasn't talking to them at all. Jing Liuli looked at this cultivator who was behaving strangely. Her eyebrows rose and she was about to speak when Ding Ning's voice sounded behind her. "Do not ask, just listen." Jing Liuli's gaze flashed slightly. She did not speak and continued to drive the carriage forward. In other words, many of her weaknesses are feigned. Her cat was already dead when you arrived in her courtyard. She ordered it to be killed. She is as cold as the Empress. This coldness is not only shown to others but also to herself. It's the same for her old lover. Even if you torture her old lover in front of her, it's useless. Because people like her always love themselves the most. In this world, in Chongling, she only fears one thing, the Empress. Her only weakness is the Empress. If you want to deal with her, you have to find where she hid something or was disloyal to the Empress, even if it was fake. As long as these things are exposed, she will become more and more terrified. She will worry that your continuous exposure will cause the Empress to be dissatisfied with her. Then she will agree to fight you and want to end this matter. Jing Liuli's brows furrowed into a deep frown. Only when the carriage left the alley and the cultivator, who looked like a porter, stopped speaking did Jing Liuli speak softly. "This person seems to be reasonable," she said softly. Ding Ning nodded and said softly, "It is reasonable, and he is not an ordinary person. He knows a lot. He even knows that palace attendant Rong has an old lover." Jing Liuli thought of this and her gaze darkened. "Can you guess the identity of this person?" Ding Ning said calmly, "Most likely, he is someone close to the Empress like this palace attendant." Jing Liuli turned her head and looked at Ding Ning sternly. "How do you know? The matter of palace attendant Rong's lover is extremely secretive. Even your Min Mountain Sword sect does not know. Only the Astrology Bureau knows. In all of Chongling, only the Divinity Bureau and the Empress know as much as the Astrology Bureau." Ding Ning glanced at her and indicated for her to focus on driving the carriage. At the same time, he slowly said, "Also, you did not notice his tone and address. Every time he mentioned Jing Xiu, he called her Her Majesty the Empress, and his tone was very respectful. The people of the Divinity Bureau have always been cautious and will not cause trouble, much less have anything to do with me and Min Mountain Sword sect. What Yuanwu and Jing Xiu hated the most was that the Divinity Bureau and the Astrology Bureau, who supervised the officials, were in cahoots with others. If someone from the Divinity Bureau dared to do such a thing, they wouldn't be so respectful in terms of address and tone." Jing Liuli was silent for a moment and said, "I have many things to learn from you. But since he is also someone close to the Empress, why did he help you deal with palace attendant Rong? Is he purposefully making a move?" "We will know if he is purposefully making a move when we try." Ding Ning looked at her humble appearance and couldn't help but laugh. He said, As to why someone close to the Empress would help me deal with Palace Attendant Rong, I do not know the reason. I cannot know everything. Jing Liuli thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Then she asked, Palace Attendant Rong has been like the Empress' shadow in these years. Could she have been disloyal to the Empress? If so, why didn't that person say so if he wanted to help us? It may be a suspicion, but not a certainty. But as long as there is a suspicion, it is possible to find out. Ding Ning looked at Jing Liuli and said, the other even said something like her old lover. He believes that with our abilities we would know this already. So he may feel that there is no need to mention it, and we can find out. Also, it is not hard to create something out of nothing. At least, he is right about one thing. It reminded me. After a pause, Ding Ning said seriously, her greatest fear is Jing Xiu. Only when it involves Jing Xiu will she be in her greatest fear. Even more importantly, Jing Xiu loves herself the most. She is most familiar with and understands Jing Xiu, so she will be more terrified. Jing Liuli turned to look at Ding Ning and said, you also seem to understand the Empress? Ding Ning said calmly, I have heard enough stories. Also, I do not know where my eldest sect brother Zhang Yi is. The carriage came closer to Palace Attendant Rong's residence. A clear scream of a cat was heard. In Palace Attendant Rong's courtyard, the attendant who usually served Palace Attendant Rong held a pair of scissors. Her body trembled and she was about to cry. Her body was splashed with blood. On the ground in front of her was a cat with faint blue fur that had not completely died and was still convulsing. Just like many mornings in the past, Zhang Yi woke up at the first rooster crow. Without any delay, he got up, dressed, folded his blankets, and started to wash. Even when they were in the inn, they were still very meticulous. The conduct of a gentleman was not based on external objects, but on the heart. Some things puzzled him. From the Qin to the Yen, no one had arranged for him, so he had to follow the caravan around the Chu and Yen borders. But when he reached the Yen, even in the border villages, there were people who received him and arranged his food and lodging until he was led to the Yen capital. Right now, there was a carriage parked outside the inn he was staying in. This carriage would take him to Celestial Seal Sect today. In the open space in front of Celestial Seal Sect, bathed in the morning light, many young students from all over the Yen dynasty had gathered. The cultivation places of the Yen dynasty were not as concentrated as those of the Qin dynasty. So these students who came from all over were travel-worn. Celestial Seal Sect was publicly recognized as the strongest sect in the Yen dynasty. In the entire world, Celestial Seal Sect held an important position. For many years, at least 7 out of 10 of the most famous cultivators of the Yen dynasty came from Celestial Seal Sect. After a simple breakfast, Zhang Yi, carried by the carriage, came to the gates of Celestial Seal Sect. He looked at the seemingly crude grass huts on the mountain, and then at the black wall outside the gates that was inscribed with the writings of many powerful cultivators of the Yen dynasty, and even emperors. He naturally felt awe and then shame. He felt that the sword path he cultivated did not seem to match the seal path of Celestial Seal Sect. Now, more than half of the students in front of Celestial Seal Sect were intoxicated by the writings on the wall. Yet, he felt that the presence of the writings was too distant, like they were floating in the sky. He did not just worry if he could keep up with the young geniuses of Yen after entering Celestial Seal Sect. He even worried if he could pass Celestial Seal Sect's exam. As to why Celestial Seal Sect's exam was being held at this time, he subconsciously thought it was a coincidence. Yet, none of the travel-worn students thought the same as him. Because those students had come half a month early. Celestial Seal Sect's exam had been delayed for half a month due to unknown reasons. He was like all the other students. No one from Celestial Seal Sect seemed to pay attention to him in advance, but his whereabouts were constantly reported to a grass hut in Celestial Seal Sect. There were 3 old people in this grass hut. One of them was the old man he had taken care of in the caravan. Senior sect brother, you really decided to take him as a direct disciple? Hearing the other old man's question, the old man shook his head emotionally and said, Junior sect brother, you have asked the same question 3 times? The old man with a thin face and hair with faint indigo energy also shook his head and said, asking 3 times at different times, I thought senior sect brother might have changed your mind. The old man sighed softly and did not respond. He had made up his mind. The other old man with white eyebrows slowly raised an eyebrow and was about to speak. Senior sect brother Yuan, you are most skilled in balance and harmony. You know that everything needs to be balanced. But this has nothing to do with balance and harmony, and owing someone a favor. The old man looked at the old man with white eyebrows and shook his head. He looked at the morning light outside the grass hut and said softly, Because all of this cannot stop true love. I truly like the character of this Chongling youth. The old man said gently and patiently, This is the most important reason I want to take him as my disciple. The old man with white eyebrows smiled helplessly and said, Junior sect brother, you are the master of a sect. Since you have made up your mind, we do not need to say more. The old man smiled in satisfaction and said, A gentleman is like jade, not divided by territory or group. At least, a person like this will not fail our efforts. In the morning light, the other 2 old men accepted this old man's true love and were infected by his joy. Outside Celestial Seal Sect, Zhang Yi, who could not merge into the ink on the wall, was attracted by the chirping of birds. He looked up curiously and saw multiple magpies flying over from the top of the wall. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.